Hello and welcome to the German Football Fan Club. We're got a full ledger of oop, there. Got a full ledger of football today. Three games back to back to back in the German Bundesliga, starting in Wolfsburg, where they will host Mainz. Fans and triplets. Anyway, sorry, getting distracted. Uh, we start today in Wolfsburg, where they'll host Mainz 05. And then, to me, the match of the day, right after Wolfsburg Mainz, we have Dortmund hosting Union Berlin at the Westfalenstadion. The first game for Dortmund at home this season. It should be an amazing atmosphere there. Always an amazing atmosphere in Dortmund. The best supporters, loudest supporters, best traveling supporters in Germany. Union Berlin's Eisen Union. They will be making the trip. And then in the late game this evening, game between a couple of real soul clubs of German football, Cologne FC Köln opening their stadium for the first time this season. Sort of friendly, well-liked club FC Freiburg joining them. Köln against Freiburg, their second goal of the game this season. And we might also check out Lyon and Marseille in the Olympico from France, as well as Forest West Ham. Forest already underway. We'll join them momentarily. Just also seeing Schalke just about a minute away from seeing off Dynamo Dresden in Dresden this morning. And probably the top match generally in football today. We will be keeping an eye on Liverpool and Arsenal at the same time as Dortmund hosting Union. Look around. Schalke not quite finished. Still going. Schalke lead 1-0. Kaiserslautern almost done there, leading Darmstadt 2-1. Looks like it was a wild one between Magdeburg and Greuther Fürth. 4-4 there, not quite done. 71st minute red card for Magdeburg. Magdeburg getting a late stoppage time equalizer there. And now in Dresden, Schalke hold on for the win. Brighton, Manchester City, Nottingham Forest, West Ham. Both about almost half an hour in, both 0-0. Rennes lead Angers 1-0 in the French league. Get everything into place here. Not the most atmospheric stadium in Wolfsburg. Not sure. Mainz have sent a big traveling contingent and probably be a bit of a quiet start as far as German football goes. Don't have any access to it on Canadian TV, but this morning we had the Old Firm Derby, one of the most atmospheric matches in world football, definitely. It was nice to see supporters of both clubs. Definitely had some history of supporters being banned from the Old Firm because of issues, I guess, they've had. But good to see the Celtic fans there. Ended 0-0 there. probably just about right. Able to watch some of it this morning while I was getting ready, and it did seem like, to be fair to Rangers, they probably had the better of that game. But even so, going into that game, both teams not particularly at their strongest form, both losing in the Champions League midweek. Granted, slightly different circumstances. Celtic losing after two legs of 0-0. Rangers 6-0 on the night after losing 3-1 in the first leg. Early sending off there for Rangers really took away any chance, and it just kind of all unraveled for them there. Have to get a banner. We have let's see if we can get a not a protest. Not a protest banner, a commemoration. And now you toast us from above. Rest in peace, Eddie. That's a translation I got. I hope I got that right. But see the Wolfsburg fans honoring one of their own, I would imagine there. Both teams out on the pitch here. Quick check-in going on in the Prem and our other secondary watch-along. Forest against West Ham and 0-0 in the 20th minute. Oof. Check out the atmosphere. Pretty the half empty here for Wolfsburg's home opener. Got a decent traveling block from MAINZ there. Hopefully enough of them to keep the atmosphere up. Sounds like a good atmosphere in Nottingham so far. The Forest ground. Not quite the same vibe and energy as in Germany, but it sounded like a bit of a more ruckus affair in Nottingham, to be fair. Not sure why they have little kids out on the pitch, but that was pretty cute. I mean, little kids I understand, but like having like infants that need to be carried is a bit of a hot one, but that seems to be about it. The Miri there kind of runs the show for MAINZ. Player that makes it all happen as we are underway in Wolfsburg. Get the timer up and running here in a sec. Go. Good to go. Wolfsburg against MAINZ. one thing real quick. Well, the scoreboard is wrong for the Union Berlin game, but we will survive. The crowd definitely into it and nodding at the Forest ground. Good atmosphere there, but this is the German football fan club, so we'll switch it back to Wolfsburg for now, even if, no offense to any Wolfsburg fans, Wolfsburg having one of the least German atmospheres in the Bundesliga. Look, I watched all of the matches last week, but my brain is feeling a little bit fried at the moment, so we're just gonna go back and make sure I get all the scores from last week right. So, sorry, FC Köln beat Mainz with the late winner last week, so that is sets both Köln up with a win for their home opener later. Mainz looking to get back on track. Wolfsburg beating Heidenheim 3-1 in the first game, so they're looking to make it 6 points from 6 today. There we go. Weekend Brothers, the Wolfsburg Angels. Sure about any of those groups, but they're having a great time there. Nerd Curva. Nah, we got proper German football atmosphere there. Then headed out. Up to welcome people. Set up. should be a pretty decent matchup. Mainz have been pushing their way up the table the last few years. They ended up in the European positions last year, just about. Wolfsburg usually roughly we're at mid-table. I was pushing up towards Europe too, so pretty in a good way, pretty even or pretty yeah, pretty even affair. Two mid-table teams, generally speaking. Should be a good even matchup. Provide some good football. Seeing some real attack versus defense kind of games yesterday. Bayern against Augsburg in the Bavarian derby. I also saw Napoli against Cagliari. Napoli getting the late stoppage time winner with the last kick of the game. That was mostly a game of Napoli attacking against Cagliari's defending, which, you know, all credit to Cagliari. They're playing against the champions in Naples. They defended very well. They did the most with what they could. Did the most they could with what they had, I should say. But this one will hopefully be a little bit more of even affair. Pretty even between Forest and West Ham so far, 0-0 after about 37 minutes on the clock on the game feed. Be interesting to see. There's a lot of turnover in the Bundesliga this season. A lot of top talents moving away to the usual talent vacuum at the Premier League. A lot of the only team to really retain pretty much all their talent was Bayern, but even that's not true. Actually, I guess they have a lot of players moving on. Leroy Sané, Thomas Muller. Musiala is obviously injured at the moment, but will be back, though not permanently gone. Did bring in Luis Diaz, but Bayern definitely, I would say, the most talented team on paper in the Bundesliga, but also, oh, there's a chance at 1-0 Wolves! Inside 9 minutes, Zentner. His first Bundesliga goal. Joined from Paderborn in the summer. Oh, West Ham almost getting the first there too. Paqueta, well pushed over by the keeper. Mainz caught out a bit there. Oh, and it catches the defender, and that's what takes it away from the keeper. It would have been a relatively routine save. Robinson, nah, but the deflection takes it away from him, and Wolfsburg have been scoring plenty of goals this season. Hansen gets his first Bundesliga goal of the season. See if Mainz can answer. Great ball into the right inside there. One to control. Throw into Wolfsburg. Mainz down there on the far side. It's bouncing behind that goal again. Well, I mean, it's generally speaking not the fullest stadium in Germany, but as usual, the ultras raising the atmosphere even in a half-empty stadium. Possible too, it might have filled up a little bit more. Well, the top deck still looks pretty empty. But once again, as usual, credit to the ultras for. There we go, raising the level. The MAINZ guest block probably a little downtrodden after the conceding early there. Good ball down the side here. Good little passing triangle. Pulls it back. Ooh. Just curled it wide of the post. See how close it was. Ooh, not too far away. Not too far away at all. The goal again. Was a tough break for MAINZ, but again, off of Cassie's leg. The big deflection being the difference maker. The keeper probably would have had it otherwise. MAINZ against on the break. Oh, whoa. MAINZ not quite able to get there. Good defending by Wolfsburg, takes it away, and now Wolfsburg in session. We'll have to go long. Costa. Excellent, I felt, in MAINZ's first game. There is down, holding his knee, but looks like he'll get up. But like Wolfsburg did sportingly play the ball out there, but Amiri back to his feet. Ooh, could see how that could hurt a little bit. Looks like he caught a knee in the back of his knee. Leg. But not really anything in terms of a foul. MAINZ giving the ball back. We'll build again. Lots of support for the keeper. With the ball. Let's back down again. A long ball forward. In the second ball, but then all the way back to the keeper again. Wolfsburg climbing, it's hard to get out. It's a foul. Little chef with the referee. Did win the ball, but also going through the back of the player. So I mean, concerns the why not a card, but still a foul. Free kick here from the far side. Miri plays it down the wing to get a better position. Hacked away into touch by Wolfsburg. 30 seconds to halftime in Nottingham at the Forest Ground. 0-0 between Nottingham Forest and West Ham. Our secondary watch-along kicked off half an hour before game here in Wolfsburg. At 16 minutes and 1-0 Wolfsburg. Good counter-attacking goal, though ultimately the difference being a deflection off the MAINZ defender that took it past, or who probably would have comfortably otherwise saved it. Chance for Forest if they take the chance. There's the ball in. Headed on to halftime at the Forest Ground. 0-0 between Nottingham Forest and West Ham. Long throw here for Wolfsburg. MAINZ have been pretty good since they conceded. Wolfsburg had a hard time getting out of their own end, but throw in here now. Good job to hold on to it there. Well, the pitch will come back to this near side. Just run away. Maxi Arnold overhit that one a little bit. Maximilian Arnold, the captain, his 451st match for Wolfsburg today. I'm not a Wolfsburg fan, so I don't really know, but from my viewing of the league, I'd say Maxi Arnold probably modern Wolfsburg legend. 450 games, nothing nothing to say a bad word to. They've been a consistent and basically like often their best servant for quite some time now. MAINZ controlling the ball again, trying to space. Oh, late goals across the Zweite Bundesliga. Schalke saw their game over the line, but as there's Lautern added with the winner in the 92nd and adding extra in 90+7. After Magdeburg's late fight back to get to 4-4 with their 90+3. Their 90+3 equalizer. Marco Jon got the winner for Greuther Fürth at 99th minute. Oh man, late drama there for Greuther Fürth grabbing the late win at Magdeburg. There, thrown to Wolfsburg though. Touch into the middle, but Costa. No foul on Meyer on the challenge on Costa. Like DeCosta probably landed awkwardly on his shoulder there. It did look like a foul to me, honestly, because he gets the ball. Well, maybe not. It's a tough one. The Mainz fans are up and bouncing in the background there, but tough one for DaCosta. Good to see the Mainz have got their Mainz's performance since the goal has got their fans up and bouncing again. See how this goal. The first goal came all the way from a throw-in in their own defensive third, ruthlessly pushing forward, cutting through, and over, left alone on that far side. Well, though, again, mainly the deflection for that goal. Good job there by Mainz to me 3.5 minutes gone. All the way through, well taken by the keeper. It's pressing again, win the ball in the final third. Ball will deflect. And it's such a good job. Mainz there pressing very, very high. I'm here, you got, oh, good ball in. Dominic Core. Good header on, but the keeper well behind it. Center will go long. Go ahead, ball. Just got away. Great atmosphere though in Wolfsburg. And with the stadium. Big empty patches, the fans behind the goal. A great job. We're in possession now. A bit more control in the game. Definitely very key for, obviously, but for Wolfsburg to get past that first press, the aggressive Mainz press. Push Mainz back here, a little less aggressive, defending deep. Oh, scuffs on the shot. Oh, scuffs on the clearance. It looked like Kur got it all the way out to the Wolfsburg defenders there. Just joining us, we're watching along with Wolfsburg and Mainz this morning. Good atmosphere between the Wolfsburg Ultras and the traveling Mainz fans. It's just past 31 minutes here. Stream at least. And Mainz on the attack again. Ooh. The goal was mainly the biggest reason for the Wolfsburg goal arguably was a major deflection, or a relatively major enough deflection to take away from Sentner, and the Mainz goal. It was a very well worked attack from Wolfsburg, started from a throw in their own defensive third. In seconds, they were scoring at the other end. It was really well worked through the thirds. And an extra man wide on the far side. Again, the shot would have probably been a relatively easy save for Sentner, but for him, the deflection off Passy away from him. But since then, Mainz have been strong, pressing up the pitch excellently, holding a lot of possession. Wolfsburg relatively happy to let them have the ball a lot of the time here, and not very dangerous positions with the 1-goal lead. We're back up and running in Nottingham as well. Secondary watch-along and Nottingham Forest against West Ham United. Ooh, chance for West Ham there, just pulled it wide of the post. Oh, good turn. This is the runner couldn't carry through, and then next pass on, not so good. Wolfsburg making some good moves, but just a little bit loose at the last. What happened there, but this is weird. Even the commentator's not sure what happened there. Definitely looked like he played it to him with his knee, but ref letting him do that. Referee waiting on a decision in Nottingham as well. Get any word about what's going on? Not sure what's happening there. I have a delay in Nottingham. See if I can switch over to the audio there for a second. Mainz fans bouncing in the guest block again. Like a couple hundred have made the trip, but taking full use of the opportunity. Good traveling block. I'll be able to figure out what the update from Paul Taylor. It looks as though a fan needs some kind of medical attention in the Brian Clough stand, so the game has temporarily halted at City Ground. So we can assume then with the game resuming that that whatever was the problem for that fan has been dealt with, and hopefully they're okay. Back underway after a 3-minute delay at the Forest Ground. 0-0. Second minute there. Back to Wolfsburg. All into the box, but an easy take for Bayern goal. Costa, good job getting back there. Caught Vimra. Could hear his cries of pain down there. That's and now DaCosta in the book, belatedly. A discussion among the referees first there. I'm not. I mean, you can give it as a foul, I suppose, but it seems like a bit much to give a yellow card for. Arnold will take the free kick from the near side here. A short corner. The back post, well taken by Zentna. One number 27 to another. Maybe be holding his ear. Using one there. In who the yellow card went to there. That's just probably to Centner for talking a little bit too much to the referee. Seemed like it is Centner. I assume he ref told him to throw the ball out, and he did, but maybe he had a little too much to say about that after. Good save in the Forest game there. West Ham on the attack, but Forest will clear it here. Interesting situation there that guess we did have the directive that the refs would be cracking down on dissent, although Centner is. I guess he's not the captain, so it could just be implementation of the new directive that they're gonna crack down on dissent. I think anything was saying too much there. Wait, still going forward. Mainz on the attack again. Save by Sells there in the Forest game. The rain starts pouring down in Nottingham. It's coming forward again. Get it away at the back post. And just absolutely pouring down rain at the Forest ground now. Look, throw in. Mainz headed away. So we'll win it back right away though. Very deep. Mainz, lots of players forward here. Good ball to the back post. Not sure if Kabar got there or not. Oh, and the follow-up well over and away from Cassie. Had a chance to play it into the back post, but oof, Kabar didn't get there. Center back who just whipped, but his defender cleaned it up for him. We'll kick to Wolfsburg. Five minutes to be added on, so still about 4 minutes to go here in the first half in Wolfsburg. Forest. Another good save from Grabara. Block there, Mainz pressing. Has to pin Wolfsburg in the corner there. That's a good hand by Grabara to push that one away. Dangerous ball in. Oh, poorly handled by the defender there. Reina. Dribble team control. That'll come all the way back to the keeper. Advantage played there. Played a head injury. Played through. Cleared away into touch. Remember, did catch an arm to the head. Referee played advantage. Still down. Imagine he'll scoop himself up as soon as he gets to a little chat with the ref. Just approaching halftime here. 2 minutes to go. Wolfsburg trying to get their way to halftime. Haven't got a lot going forward since they scored. Election goal early on. Mainz have really been more in the ascendancy since then. They took, oh, but there's a late chance. Can't get through that Mainz defense. Mainz doing a good job of both defending well in a deep block. Haha, Jenna Lishak tattoo asking if Cologne still have their mascot. They do indeed. Hennis the goat. The actual literal goat, the Billy Goat, symbol of Cologne, attends every match and lives at the Cologne Zoo. You know, between match days. Safe bet. But they do, indeed, I believe that's the same Hennis they've had for quite a few years now. I remember one retiring not too long ago. So it would be probably not on to their next Hennis yet, but I will see. I think it was Hennis the 14th was the last one. Let's see. Hat with their always named the same thing. No. Yeah. We've reached halftime in Wolfsburg. 1-0 Wolfsburg lead from an early goal. From the Bundesliga website. NS the Goat is a German football institution. Part of the Cologne family since 1950. First living mascot in the Bundesliga and the only one aside from the eagle at Eintracht Frankfurt. Eagle named Attila. Let's see what Hennis we are on. Hennis the 9th, it would appear, currently at the moment. Back in the match day 3 of the 23-24 season, Hennis the 9th tried to make a break for it and apparently dragged his handler halfway across the pitch. So thus you have the potential downsides of a living goat mascot, but I think everyone will take the occasional trainer dragging. They are indeed. Actually, they're playing their derby today. Yeah, Chuan Rough Riders playing in Canadian football this evening. Generally Shaq tattoo. The 13th man is closest to German football atmosphere, I think. I think you're probably right. I think there's definitely there's that's born into the community sort of feeling. It's that you can it's sort of that community that you bring with you that is sort of being uprooted more and more with North American sports franchising. Like I was talking to one of my viewers, the original legend of the chat, Oro, telling me about how San Francisco City FC were basically the fans club, but were potentially going to be moved out of their stadium or stadium interfered with, essentially, um, because of some big money in the area wanting to basically to make use of their stadium. That is true. That is true. As generally Shaq Tattoo points out, the fans do own the team. There's still some level of fan ownership in the CFL. The Riders being a good example. And definitely the fans not taken for granted in Saskatchewan. Uh, so the Rider Nation is a little bit too big and too powerful, I think, at this point for the club to be able to ignore them. Is exactly the kind of strength that we love to see and exactly what German football is known for. Fans of most clubs in Germany, even down into the second and third division, powerful enough that their clubs would never dare to ignore them. Something that you see isn't so much of an issue for the owners of clubs in places like England, where of course we have have been situations like Liverpool fans, and notably more or less removing their disliked owners, but other situations like Manchester United, where the fans have not been successful at removing their owners and getting their clubs back. Of course, with Liverpool, they replaced their owners with different wealthy owners. Germany, the fans in most cases maintain at least 50+1 control, although I have a few of the notable exceptions like the much hated RB Leipzig, Bayer Leverkusen, and Wolfsburg as company clubs. But the lifeblood of German football, the 50+1 rule, and the fan ownership keeps the fans' interests at the heart of the game, and certainly, at the very least, considered strongly by the Football Association of Germany, because if they don't, they have more problems than it's worth, as we've seen with the German fans getting the Monday night games, removed very quickly. The German Football Association wanted to, or Deutsche Fußballbund wanted to add Monday games to the Bundesliga calendar, but given that it's generally the diehard fans that make the trips for those games, they were not having any of that. It's not probably a very fun or accessible thing to do, to make a trip across Germany on a Monday night and probably lose, I would imagine, for a lot of people, 2 days of work to go to that game, to go to a away game on Monday. Even I remember during the time in which the fans were, the last season before that they had the Monday games before the fans got them removed, essentially. I remember watching a Monday game in Frankfurt, and the Frankfurt Ultras left their own home to Curva empty, completely empty, with banners making their stance known to the league officials and also to their own management, I would imagine. There was a recent investment deal that the Bundesliga was trying to pursue. And I can understand that for some fans outside of Germany, they might not understand why the fans of German football wouldn't want more money to come into the Bundesliga to make them more competitive, to make their TV rights more lucrative. And as the German Football Association said, to bring money in to modernize the broadcast, infrastructure, to make the Bundesliga a more sort of glitzy modern money league. And the fans said no. Have protests across the league, solidarity between the fans of clubs from different teams, even or rival teams even, and had protests like the throwing of tennis balls onto the pitch to delay games, pyro and smoke shows big enough to delay games, accompanied by protest banners. Yeah, remember the Union Berlin fans throwing chocolate coins onto onto the pitch here and there, showing there that fans can take actions and can be disruptive without being violent, without damaging anything, without which fans can also do that, but it generally tends to be not very effective because whether they're right to do it or not, breaking stuff usually doesn't play well, and that's something that the football associations and the clubs can then point to as the fans being, a nuisance and a trouble rather than being the heart and soul of the game. So I do love that German ultras and German fans tend to go with disruptive, but disruptive actions that get the point across, but that don't give any real grounds for any serious backlash, because it's kind of hard to really go after the fans in German football when they're the ones that make German football special, and they're not even, they're not smashing stuff up, they're not fighting with cops, they're just throwing enough chocolate coins onto the field to have a 5-minute delay. I remember one of the Bochum players, they were hosting Union, and the traveling Union fans threw gold chocolate coins onto the pitch right after halftime, causing a delay, which it went to slow motion footage as they do with such delays, and showed one of the Bochum players picking it up and having a little snack, a little chocolate snack, which unfortunately did seem to help him, because if I remember correctly, he scored and Bochum did win that game. So unexpected backfiring of the chocolate coin protest. Big Shack Tattoo says, those are such smart actions. Security can't take your chocolate coins. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And even to try and, it would be pretty suspicious if you're trying to get, tennis balls in, for example, too. But, all of these things would be relatively easy to sneak in. No real chance of hurting anyone. Even if someone were to get caught by a stray chocolate coin, I can't imagine it would do any lasting damage. Same with a tennis ball. Also, was not that the fans were throwing tennis balls at anyone. They were just kind of littering the field with lobbed tosses just to keep the ground crew busy for a moment, so that the attention could be brought to the message that they were trying to send against the investment deal. And it is interesting enough, too, because as we saw on Friday night in the Hamburg derby, the fans are clearly very capable of getting flares and smoke bombs and fireworks into these stadiums, even the big modern stadiums like the Volksparkstadion, where the Hamburg derby was on Friday. So if they can smuggle in flares, I can imagine they can smuggle in chocolate. It's actually interesting. I saw a video the other day of one of the ways in which ultras get flares into stadiums. Won't say too much, but it involved a pizza delivery man. And I only even say that because there is a widely viewed video of it, at least one widely viewed video of it on the internet, so I don't really feel like I'm throwing them under the bus or giving away trade secrets. I'm sure they have a million ways to get their flares into the stadium if they feel so inclined. But it would be interesting to see the fans of other leagues that are dissatisfied with decisions by their associations or decisions by their clubs to try some of the Bundesliga tactics. I mean, the Liverpool fans saw at one point them talking about a Liverpool fan talking about the tactics that they used to get the Gillettes out at Liverpool, and they pretty much had it all down. They were even, in some ways, even more aggressive than Bundesliga fans. They did probably, arguably, some illegal things, but they were clearly very effective. And as far as I know, no one was hurt. Definitely don't want that. But it'd be interesting to see, for example, if Manchester United fans decided that they wanted to launch a chocolate barrage from the Stretford end to start a second half, for example. Make sure you're not throwing any, don't want any solid chocolate rabbits or anything, just little coins. But make a point, that Manchester United means more to you than money. And if the Glazers are there and Ineos are there to just have money, then they can have symbolic chocolate money, make a point, delay a game. I mean, I think the closest that Manchester United ever got to really dictating to the Glazers' ownership was probably when they had that game against Liverpool postponed. Again, I can't really say whether that's the right action for them or not. Manchester United fans have to take care of their own uh, club, and if they want it back, they're gonna have to be the ones who do it. And if they're happy enough with the way situation is, then they're just gonna, I guess they'll just sit and take it and be at the whim of the Glazers and Ineos. But I would really love to see them try something, especially because it is very difficult for them because they have so many international and tourist fans. It is difficult for a club like Manchester United to be able to really do effective fan protests to a certain extent. But if, for example, you can't get all of the tourist fans to not come, well, then maybe some of the diehards on the Stretford end could do something to make a point that is unmissable. Premier League loves their TV coverage. Maybe something like throwing chocolate coins on the field would be something that would be noticeable, give them an opportunity to get their point across, again, without hurting anyone, without damaging anything. I mean, pieces of Old Trafford might come crashing down on someone, but that would be just, that's just kind of the common state of affairs at Old Trafford these days. Speaking of English football, 0-0 in Nottingham still. First game for West Ham this season to not involve a ton of goals. She'll be happy for because they've been bleeding goals like crazy. Doing a pretty good job to not get blown away in this game. And I do like West Ham, but it's been a tough start to the season for them. Channelie Shack tattoo. Love the symbolism. Here's your money. I mean, exactly. Instead of going to the Manchester United mega store before the game and giving the Glazers some actual money, if you want to preserve your spot in the stadium and support the team through the tough times, totally get that. But maybe give them some symbolic money instead of just your real money. It's interesting to me. It seems like Manchester United fans really view their club as the big traditional club that it was, but I would highly doubt that anyone involved in the ownership of that club views the club in such ways. So I think if there are United fans that would like to get the Glazers and Ineos out and to either take control of the club themselves or to get in place a regime that is at least more amenable to them, as we're underway again at Wolfsburg. We'll just get the timer reset there. Oops. Technical stuff here at the second half. Wait. So yeah, up and running again in Wolfsburg, where Wolfsburg lead 1-0. Timer up and running, scoreboard is good. 10 minutes to go in Nottingham. West Ham can create a chance here. Callum Wilson forces the corner. Did a good job there against a bunch of Forest defenders. corner in Wolfsburg as well. A chance for Mainz now. Murray with the corner in from the far side. Oh, came dangerously across the front of goal, but no one there. Good tackle there to win the ball back and take the counter attack away from Wolfsburg there. The player stays down, Meyer again, but Mainz will come back and attack the other way. Ball into the back post, but headed away again. Mainz with a strong start here in the second half. It was interesting yesterday too. We saw, haven't been able to find full information on it, but there was a banner in Stuttgart yesterday where they were celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Brustringe, their famous red stripe on their kit that they have now worn for 100 years. The iconic look of Stuttgart. Of course, their home kit, the white, always white with a red stripe. And we did see, I've seen footage of the Stuttgart fan march before the match. So, and where they led with a banner celebrating 100 years of the Brustringe. But it was interesting because they had a protest banner, or I mean, I assume it was a protest banner because it was in the usual black on white. There's a very sort of specific style that German protest banners usually take, used for sort of longer statements. And the Bundesliga producers did a good job of not letting it stay on camera for very long. But it seemed to be something to the effect of the club was shitting on their own heritage, which is interesting because obviously the fans proud of 100 years of their red ring, but perhaps not so pleased about the way in which the club was going about it. If I had to guess, and this would only be a guess, we have a goal. They have a goal at West Ham. It's the captain, Jared Bowen. Who else for West Ham but Jared Bowen? I imagine the Stuttgart ultras and fan groups probably not particularly pleased with the monetization of the celebration of the heritage because they went with a special kit released for the occasion, whited out except for like all the crests and sponsor like the brand and everything for it. All of that was either removed or whited out. So it basically looked like just a blank white shirt with a red stripe. But I would imagine that the fans / ultras probably saw that as a monetization of the culture, which they probably don't appreciate. Not usually fans of the special third jerseys. Bowen with a good finish at the near post. Less than 10 minutes to go. West Ham have the lead at the Forest Ground. Oh. Wolfsburg's captain Arnold, Maxi Arnold down, twisted his ankle, trying to change direction. Need to see that. 5 minutes to go in Nottingham. Forest trailing West Ham 1-0 now. Loose ball and West Ham with another chance to come forward on the far side there. Into the box, taken down. Looks like it's going to be a penalty to West Ham. Yes, indeed. And just like that, a chance for West Ham to basically ice the game with 2 quick goals. Mainz fans got the flags waving, but a little bit less boisterous than we've seen them throughout the match so far. Loose ball blocked away by Murillo. Or Murillo's ball was blocked away. Somerville, good job to shift the ball away. Sangare late. Question if there's a foul there on Gibbs White by Paqueta, but won't look clean to me. And it'll be Lucas Paqueta. See if he can give West Ham a buffer here. Bowen just gave them the lead, and now a chance to add a second. Less than 5 minutes to go. Forest players doing everything they can think of to ice Paqueta. But looks like the ref has finally got them to all go away. Mainz block bouncing again there behind the goal in Wolfsburg. Taking a breather while Arnold was down injured, I guess, because they are back at it again. Switch over to the West Ham game here for one moment. Lucas Paqueta against Sells to make it 2-0 West Ham right at the end of the game here. Paqueta slides it in. A little celebration. Throwing the phone away. Probably addressing rumors that he might be leaving. It says no and kissing the Hammers badge. West Ham lead 2-0 now with 2 minutes to go. In Nottingham. Lucas Paqueta showing his pride for West Ham, love for West Ham, and the fans loving that. Calm as you like, sends the keeper the wrong way. The keeper guessed right. It might have been honestly a pretty bad penalty, but having successfully sent the keeper the wrong way makes it look easy. Wolfsburg fans bouncing behind their goal again. For an admittedly almost half empty stadium in Wolfsburg. Both sets of fans there keeping things lively. See how much added time Forest gets. 45 seconds to the end there. Free kick to Wolfsburg. Headed away. In front of those bouncing Wolfsburg Ultras. All in with the left foot over everyone. And like a bit over 21,000 in attendance today. Not sure what the capacity of the Volkswagen Arena is. I kind of doubt that they actually have 21,000 in attendance. But I guess it is about the same. That is about the size of the first try. They do have mostly standing, so just gonna check that because I don't believe that everyone who had a ticket showed up today in Wolfsburg. Good ball, stabbed away by the defender. Okay, that's probably fair. Volkswagen Arena capacity of 30,000. 20,000 seats, 8,000 standing. 21,000 sounds about right then. About 2/3 full. Third goal for West Ham in stoppage time. It's going to be 9 minutes of stoppage time at the Forest Ground, but that goal should pretty much seal it there for West Ham, heading for their first win of the season. And on that goal. Somerville has looked good down that side, involved in winning the penalty. Good ball in. Wilson somehow getting free, switched, went to the front post, ends up at the back post, and headed down. Well, no chance for the keeper at all. Minutes gone in stoppage time there. Back to Wolfsburg, where MAINZ pushing Wolfsburg back again. Ball back to DeCosta, can whip a ball in into a good area, but headed away well. Another ball forward. Defender falls rather dramatically. Close game. MAINZ slightly more possession and shots and pass accuracy. But the one little thing that has been the biggest game changer. Wow, that was. I didn't see the foul there, but was doof down in the West Ham game. Set up the Wilson's third goal. MAINZ forward. Ooh, Wimmer caught him late. That's going to be a booking. Cynical challenge from Wimmer. Not even close. Well, looks quite frustrated given that they are in fact in the lead. Passing triangles on this side here, looking to work a good crossing position. Over, but they'll go all the way out to the left here. Vena. Oh, low cross in, but well defended there by the Wolfsburg defender. 4 minutes of the 9 gone in Nottingham. 3-0 West Ham now. Quick fire treble for them. Out wide on the right, MAINZ. And Wolfsburg with that back five and the big tall center backs. Difficult prospect, not a lot of size and height in the box for MAINZ, but all in, ball out. Cleared away again. That block on the right in particular seems to have the most committed fans there. Oof. The Forest Ground looking suddenly very empty for the quick 3 goals from West Ham. Like a good chunk of the crowd has already left with 5 minutes to go. Oof, under pressure. Wolfsburg just get it away. About half an hour to go here in Wolfsburg. It's been largely all Mainz since Wolfsburg scored. Wolfsburg's had a few periods of decent play and possession, but it's mostly been Mainz. And when Wolfsburg have had the ball, Mainz have pressed high up the pitch well, often winning the ball in the Wolfsburg final third or forcing turnovers in the middle third. And also, when Wolfsburg have managed to push them back, they've been very, very well structured in defense. Going forward again. Throw on that far side. Mainz pushing Wolfsburg back into their final third again. That's a back. No one able to run onto it. Now come back, cut back, but all the Wolfsburg players back to defend. All the way back to Zentner at the other end. Almost a fourth for West Ham as Bowen was unmarked on the penalty spot, but the cross a little too high for him. Wolfsburg having a really hard time to get out and stay out. Throw in to Wolfsburg. Bowen released again. Got Wilson with him. Round 3 as Somerville arrives. Bowen cuts in. All the way around. What a save by Sal's. Bowen not happy, but Wilson having a laugh. Great job by Bowen to run all the way through, all the way into the box. Just skipping through the defenders. Great job. Bowen a little miffed to have his goal taken off him there. Another. Still having a little chuckle over there. Good to see a smile on Bowen's face after that. Almost a goal of the season from Bowen. Wilson still having a laugh. Get on this near side here. 30 seconds left in the 9. Although because of the goals, we might actually have even more than the 9 minutes of stoppage time. Forest ground, although with the score, the ref might just stick to the 9. Mainz continuing to control the game here in Wolfsburg. Chance here though. Wimmer with the run through. Has a chance to shoot. Pulled it across. Neither out for a goal kick or all that great of a cross, but Wolfsburg again. Chance to shoot. Easy taker for Sentna. Just like that. Viper has Mainz down into the Wolfsburg final third immediately. All the way across his man space on the right here. Overlap. Chance to get the ball in. To absolutely no one there. The final whistle in Nottingham. Late third from West Ham sees them win 3-0 at the Forest ground. 84th minute goal from Bowen, and 88th minute penalty from Paqueta and Callum Wilson in the 91st minute. West Ham feeling much better did get the goals that are customary for them this season, but for the first time this season, it wasn't them conceding 3 or more. 3-0 win for West Ham. As we focus on Wolfsburg and give them our full attention through for the rest of this match window. A little chat between Amiri, the MAINZ captain, and the referee there. Chat of a handball, but no call there, so it'll be a corner to MAINZ. It's a really good connection at the back post, but well saved, and the rebound deflected away over the bar. Good effort by MAINZ, but Wolfsburg defending staunchly there at the back. Throw in from this near side now. Very good ball right into the center. Back to Costa. Ooh, core run over there by Meyer. Good free kick to Wolfsburg on that far, or to MAINZ on that far side there. Definitely a foul there. You can see eyes for only taking out his man. Substitutions here now. All the players wanting to be let on the field. Landsman not able to keep track of 4 substitutions at once. Bene coming off for a lot of energy down that left side, but fresh legs, fresh impetus for the final 20 minutes here. Meyer coming off. Got an assist and also very confident in the midfield there. Onberg for Meyer. Mura for Chinovic. Mary, good step inside. Deflection, just wide. Another corner for MAINZ. Wolfsburg just can't get out anymore. Blocked by Arnold. Mary, another good ball into the 6-yard box, just over the head of the attacker there. A little fall there. Klashnik for Vene for MAINZ. They got their first chance to get over the center line in a few minutes. Immediately challenged the ball out for a throw on the far side. Wolfsburg can kind of get back into this a little bit. It's been pretty much all MAINZ. Hey! Oro, good to see you back in the chat. How you doing today? Buenos dias to you as well. Good to see you back again. Hope you've been having a good weekend. Good to see you back in here. I spent some of my free time this weekend checking out SF City FC, and they're so perfect. They're pretty much the living embodiment of like everything that made me want to do this project. It's so great that first person to stop in and chat told me about a team that it's exactly right up my alley that I didn't even I'd never heard of before. So glad to hear been having a good weekend. Yeah, it was a good Bayern game yesterday. I was I should have known better because I figured that Bayern would just be too much and it would just be, especially when they got up 3 goals. I did not give Augsburg the credit they were due. That was quite a thrilling game for even Bayern having like pretty good dominance in the game. But it was the same as like when they played in the cup against Wiesbaden midweek. It was even more like, well, I guess Bayern are just going to come here and practice scoring goals for fun, and then Wiesbaden took them all the way to the very last minute, the very all the way to the end. So it's nice to see some of the smaller teams standing up quite well to Bayern Munich. Kind of ironic that Leipzig got utterly steamrolled by them, but the smaller clubs have given them a much more of a run for their money. Thanks for letting me know about City. I've been busy obviously this weekend covering all the games, but with the international break coming up, I was thinking about reaching out to them, if even just to tell them the story of how my basically first viewer put me onto them right away. I'm really excited to also maybe do a video about them or something. Gonna reach out to them and see if they have anything to say or to add, or anything that they would want shared about their project if I did something like that. First chance in a long time there for Wolfsburg, and immediate free kick for Mainz. It would actually be really perfect to do a video. They're all really chill people. That's good. That's good. That gives me more hope that I would maybe pique their interest a little bit. I mean, even just to tell them the story, I'm sure being a small club, community club, it might just warm their hearts to hear that people in the community are spreading word about them wherever they go. Can't imagine they probably get too much interest and inquiries from Canadians, or even probably from German football fan types. So, whoa, good chance for Wolfsburg there. Svanberg stopped well by the Centner. Great save. With the international break coming up, it'll hopefully be a good opportunity to take some time to reach out, and it just seems like too too good of an opportunity to fall right into my lap that like the very first connection I should make would lead me to a club that's just so has the ethos that I that makes football special to me. It's all pretty much volunteer run, I think. that is, being able to just sort of do some light research. That was what I was seeing as well too. It really, which I mean, yeah, you would probably know better than me. But it really, I can understand that that would be, because it seems like they're very much community first. If I remember correctly, the motto is like "For your city, for your club," or "For the city, for the club," something along those lines. And it's great because I think, when you see it being run by volunteers, then obviously it's because, the people are doing it because they care and because they're passionate about it. Um, and not just because like it's a job and it's the thing that they do to make money and pass the time or whatever. And I love that because I think that's probably where that all comes from then, the 50+1, like fan ownership, community based. I even saw that they have sort of, I don't know, I don't know enough yet, but it seems like they have ultras groups. But what I the thing that stood out to me was the community service. Apparently, their ultras or fan groups are very active in the community, which I definitely appreciate. That was actually something that I saw that, or that like in becoming accustomed to German fan culture and somewhat ultras culture and stuff like that. I couldn't help but think, man, if we could take this energy that you see ultras bring to the stadiums and like turn like match day weekend into like we all go and watch the match, and then after that we all go together and like I don't know, help run a soup kitchen or something, or like go clean up all of the area around the stadium, make the community nice. Like there's just such a great energy among football fans and like such a commitment among like ultras groups generally to like to their communities and stuff like that, that I feel like there's so much untapped potential to, I don't know, I like the idea of like the concept of like community ultras. Oh, mine's hit the post. Just about stays out. But still Wolfsburg can't get away. Mainz hold it again. Bro says there are three groups. One of them are a group of punks, skinheads against racial prejudice. That's awesome. That again is to me very reminiscent of German fan culture. Um, there seems to have been. It's funny because it does seem like there was obviously skinheads had a certain reputation, particularly in Germany. But now every time I see skinheads pretty much anywhere, they always seem to be doing something good or standing for something good. Always definitely good to have groups. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That was I mean too, to be fair, that was also essentially what led me to St. Pauli too, because before I sort of became more focused on football, I had been focused on like political minded stuff, social awareness kind of stuff. And that was what led me to St. Pauli, and to see that like a club could really make their whole ethos about you know being a social good, essentially, standing up for everything that's right, um, or even if just everything they feel is right. Obviously there's teams and fans and stuff like that that don't really vibe with St. Pauli or feel that they're um, like I saw within the Derby days for Hamburg that some of the Hamburg fans make the claim like, well, St. Pauli say they're anti-modern football, but you see their team stores on every corner. But it's funny too because like I don't know, being a very culturally rooted club, like I don't know, I'm wearing an Union Berlin shirt right now. I have a bunch of merch from Union Berlin, but and I also I'm against the commercialization of football, but like buying directly from fan stores or like club stores is a way to provide money to the club you support without without it having to come through, because like if the clubs can make money because their fans want to buy merch and want to wear their colors and whatever, then it's maybe less pressure to get an insurance company on the front of the jersey or something like that. So I really appreciated that St. Pauli, even with those kinds of criticisms, I appreciate that they lead with their values, and I think that's the strongest thing about German fans and German football in general too, is that like no matter what the values are, I feel like the fans are always want to root everything they do in their club, in their culture, in their region, and I think that really separates it from a lot of the sort of like corporate sports culture that is slowly being, slowly advancing on all fronts for the most part. But also, I think that's great. I would almost wonder whether almost a chance for Wolfsburg there, just past the far post. I wonder if there might even be some sort of connection between St. Pauli and like SF City FC, because I know that St. Pauli fans are both extremely widespread, as probably the most popular cult club in possibly Europe, but definitely Germany. And they have a lot of fan friendships with fan groups and clubs that identify with the same sorts of values. It's one of the things that makes, whilst they can be unpopular in some circles, it's one of the things that makes St. Pauli very popular among the fans of German football, because pretty much everywhere you look on German terraces, you'll see anti-racism banners, anti-homophobia banners. Like that's it's a pretty sort of humanist leftist ethic among German supporters for the most part. There are some more famously right-wing clubs, but even that I feel like Hamburg, for example, were considered to be a right-wing club, but I don't really think they are anymore. BFC. I'm definitely down for any club with community right in the name. Yeah, okay, I thought I had heard of them. Uh, love that. Love that. I mean, I in a sense I love that. It's a shame that um that fans have to do these things. But I really appreciate that because like I don't mean to go in on them, but having come into like the online football space uh through Goldbridge again, not a United fan, but I found my way there for after some of Man United's rather brutal beatings they've received the last couple of years, and I was really intrigued by like the community energy there. But that's one of those things where I'm like, it's wild to me that more United fans don't support FC United of Manchester, like their protest club that was founded by fans to try and maintain the spirit of Manchester United, essentially under the occupation of the Glazers. Um, so like, of course, they don't like to see fans having to essentially move away from their club, but it's better to move away from your club and keep its spirit and its soul alive than to just basically sit there and watch your club's soul die in front of you. I remember hearing an interview with the FC United of Manchester fans, and they said they're all still Manchester United fans, and if they ever made it high enough to play United in the cup, they wouldn't really know who to support because they're still Manchester United fans through and through. But they had to do something to keep the Man United that they believed in alive, and that meant starting their own club. And like as you said, point out like MK Dons as well. But I'm loving all the tips you're giving me because like uh, Clapton Community would also be another one that I'm gonna definitely look at later today when all the streaming is done. They're giving me all sorts of great tips to build up maybe a bunch of little local examples of exactly what I'm trying to share with people here. even in East London. Gonna gonna end up being a member of a whole bunch of disparate clubs all over the world. Penalty to Mainz. Late drama in Germany again. Seems maybe a little bit harsh, but I guess low enough on the arm, and Mainz now with very late chance to having a little talk with the defender. Let's see this one more time. It's a tough one because like he takes his eyes off the ball, so it's clearly not intentional, but his arm was away from his body and clearly taken out of the danger area, not coming off his arm. Mary, the captain for Mainz. Chance to equalize for Mainz. They have basically been on the attack since the start of the game, and what a penalty. Well taken. The keeper guessed right, but hard enough and high enough that no chance for the keeper, and the captain has things leveled up for Mainz. Here with his mic drop celebration. Oof, no chance for the keeper. Wow. Don't know how the keeper could have saved that one. Wolfsburg got an early lucky goal, but it's basically been all Mainz since then, almost the entire game, and Mainz get their reward at the end, which brings Wolfsburg back for the first time. We kick to Mainz in their own box. "11 minutes of stoppage time in Wolfsburg." Imagine Union is probably just about to get coverage. Probably just about a fair result too. Here. It's just about fair too. Like Wolfsburg started out well, but basically as soon as they got their goal, they're like, "That's it. We just have to not concede." And it's, I mean, could almost say that Mainz probably deserved to win because they've pretty comprehensively dominated most of the game. But at the same time, you actually have to score to make it work, and they only managed to actually get a penalty out of this. To update there. I think the draw is the best outcome all around, probably the fairest, and as you say, the best for the table too. Although with 11 minutes of stoppage time too, still a chance for both of them to grab a late winner here. Really interesting to see if Wolfsburg will commit a little bit more now, if they even can. Rematch in Dortmund is up and running. That's a really good question. I do think so. They're not not really the paciest, but it's actually been a bit of an interesting situation for Union because like for the last couple of years they had Diogo Leite playing the left side of that back three, and him and Doki have been excellent for Union the last couple of years, and it's been a little bit hard to tell what's been happening because Union aren't, let's say, particularly sloppy. A lot, they not a lot of like stories getting out about discontent and things like that. They usually are good at handling their business within the team, but Leite's been missing all the way back into the preseason, and it sounds like he was going to move. I actually don't even. It's hard to kind of stay up to date on some of the Union news because they don't get a lot of coverage. But Leite had that left side locked down for a couple of years now, and now because of him being out and because of injuries and because the new center backs aren't quite fit yet, they have Tom Rota playing on that left side. Whoa! MAINZ just about won it there. Although, granted, even after this, there's still 7 minutes less stoppage time left, but good little ball over the top. I think the key for Union will probably be Bota's pace on the left side of the back three, because like he's not necessarily the most solid, sturdy center back because he's not really a center back. He's more of a wing back, but I think he might be the key. I think he'll be the recovery pace for them, and the other job will be for Kadira breaking up play in front of that back three, because you have a good instinct there. There's not a lot of pace in the back three, and Rota is not really a center back, so even though he is that recovery pace, I don't really know that. Don't really know that he can be the answer because he'll have to have good positioning on top of the recovery pace. But they generally also do tend to sit deeper, and I think they'll be very mindful of Adiemi's pace in particular. So I don't think if they're careful, and they do tend to generally be more defensively conservative, I don't think they should have too much problem. But that is definitely if they get caught, especially because Union, like in preseason, early season so far, like set pieces have been huge for them. A lot of their goals have been coming from set pieces. And I think that would be the vulnerability that they might get caught out if they commit forward for set pieces, but don't, if they, a loose pass, not getting past the first man, and that there's a real danger to them with Dortmund in transition there. But I think in open play, they'll probably be on the conservative enough that they shouldn't be at too much risk. That's a really good question, though. Very, very smart question, because that is a concern with Union, that they can be a bit vulnerable, especially because Trimmel is a hard runner, but he's not necessarily the fastest, and it's the same with Skov, who'll be starting on the other side. Incredible Tifo and Choreo and Tifos on the yellow wall in Dortmund. Let's see. Speak a little bit of German, but not enough to want to like confidently try and translate the banners. Wow, and then just switch it over to a second set of tifos and another choreo. It was impressive. Yesterday, Stuttgart had a full stadium choreo with 4 tifos, one on each of the stands. Dortmund going another level. And one choreo and tifos, taking them down and putting up another set of choreos and tifos. Let's see if we can. Still going in Wolfsburg. A little extra pyro there on top of everything to add to the Dortmund display. Shot of it. Love opening day in Dortmund. I mean, obviously, second match week, but their first home game this season. Where am I? 2 minutes to go. One last chance for Wolfsburg on the break. A man over, but right into the hands of Zentner. And before we're even done in Wolfsburg, we're underway in Dortmund. Switch over to that feed, but we'll stay with Wolfsburg MAINZ all the way to the end just to see. We've had lots of late goals and drama in Germany so far this season. Well, around here. We have a red card in Wolfsburg before the end. Man, bad to worse. Not a ton in it, but also left his legs in, and he didn't try to draw from that challenge. That's probably where he got in trouble. Probably won't have any major effect on the game, but it's got to be a little extra downer for Wolfsburg. See out the game in Wolfsburg here. Down to 10 men, Wolfsburg. Going to spin, back post, headed away. Good defending. We'll see if the ref adds any more on. For all of the cards, the red card, as we hit 11 minutes of stoppage time. 32 minutes gone in Dortmund. Impressive scenes from the Dortmund fans before the game. Not one, but 2 choreos and tifos before the game. Or probably more likely you could call it a multi-stage choreo and tifo. And That's it in Wolfsburg. After more than 11 minutes of stoppage time, the game ends 1-1. Do a quick switch over and get everything set up and be over to Dortmund and Union. We're not just getting the ball ahead of Gerasi there. Good ball to Illich at the back post, over the bar. Good start for Union so far. We're up and running. Scoreboard set. Scoreboard is backwards. It's Union Berlin not home for this game. It's in fact Dortmund. It's from the obvious yellow crowd and the big Signal Iduna Park and the big Dortmund sign. But less, just to be clear, Union in the red and white going from left to right. The beautiful late afternoon sun in Dortmund. And so the man of the match for Union in the first weekend as they beat Stuttgart 2-1. He had both the goals, looking very good so far. Looking like a maybe the first solid replacement for Awani since he left for Nottingham Forest a couple years ago. That brings a lot of pace and strength and size, but he's also got good feet and a good shot as well. So let's see what he can do today against Borussia Dortmund. Ball well there. Terminal in some space. A little bit away from him there. We'll keep an eye on how Union's back five deal with the pace from Dortmund. I'm just gonna see because we're still carrying over from the Wolfsburg game and the lineups came up. I just want to see if I saw Union's starting lineup. Just want to see. Take a look at Dortmund's. See gone with. 3-5-2, just like Union Berlin. Good to see, from a Union perspective, to see that Adeyemi isn't in the starting lineup. That will definitely help with the pace and transition issue. Dortmund had quite the exciting encounter on the opening weekend. They were away in Hamburg for the first match of the season against St. Pauli. We're out as up, and they were out in front 3-1, but a late fight back from St. Pauli. That game ended 3-3. Good start for St. Pauli too. Oh. Initially the call not given, but be here a little closer. Well, as an Union fan, I say that was a clear foul. As a football fan, I would say got fell over. Definitely not the two hands that the refs have been told to look out for. But away in Dortmund on their first match at Westfalenstadion. Take any little helps we can get, because it's not too egregiously unsportsmanlike. Good ball into Illich. Illich, I should say. Thinking of beats Olic from Bayern way back in the day. Union starting pretty well. Seemed to have more of the possession higher up the pitch. Will come across. Set pieces very important for Union early in the season. All in. Get offside to Trimmel there. Also, or Benzabani's down. His head. Forgot. Gonna keep an eye on Liverpool as well. Not quite as interesting as Union against Dortmund, but probably the biggest game in football this weekend. Interesting to see the early litmus test for the teams looking to win the Premier League this year. And of course, one of the better atmospheres in England is Anfield. Definitely be up for a big early season title tester against Arsenal. Goal kick to Dortmund there. But yeah, just about the right call there. Terminal just a little bit ahead. But good early start here from Union. Done a pretty good job of keeping Dortmund from being able to progress into their final third. Verfeld power in the center of defense there for Union so far this season. Good time to see him coming through strong as obviously Diogo Leite. Leite? Never really learned how to pronounce the name. I think it's Leite in Portuguese. Currently out of the team. Not sure if they've managed to move him on yet or whether he'll be reintegrated later, but healthy but out of the team. So him and Doki had been the anchors of that center back or back line since Oben Knoche left. Three was the center backs at the height of Union's rise. Foul against Skov. Erfeld was excellent on opening day. Skov going for a little fall again. Shinakuto. Joe Bellingham. Quite a similar physical presence as his brother. Very easy to spot out there. Midfield number 7 for Dortmund. Chapayota to see that out for a goal kick. The yellow wall bouncing in the thousands there. Westfalenstadion in Dortmund, one of the few places in the league where it is hard for the traveling Union fans to make themselves heard, although a lot of ball in from Trimmel over Illich's head, out for a goal kick again. A lot of videos on the internet of Union's trips to Dortmund. They definitely make the most of their guest block, which is currently out of sight. It's down in the near right corner. About 4,000 strong, 8,000 strong. Many thousands of spots for the traveling fans in Dortmund and their 80,000 seat stadium. Jockey wins the header against Kurasi. Pretty much every time I look over, Liverpool are coming forward on the attack. Put fires wide on post. Dortmund starting to get a little bit more possession in the game here. Trying to find some space, working from side to side, but whoa! Scove completely missed the tackle there. Free kick to Dortmund. For the ball just as Kuto shifted away from him. So scenic, the Westfalenstadion with the aesthetic lens flares, light coming through the gaps along the top of the stadium there. Setting behind the Westfalenstadion. Henson will take the free kick from the far side. Oh no, punches away well under pressure. Illich just about got in there on Svensson, but he got it back to Kobel. Dortmund looking more to sort of control kind of controlling the rhythm of the game now. Take the edge off Union's strong start. Yes, he gets away. Got himself. Good defending by Union to sort of take the passing, the obvious passing lanes away. Really scooped that one in the end. There's a good example of what Oro was talking about in the chat before the game. There's the Union traveling block having a good time. The pace definitely becoming a bit of an issue for Union if Dortmund are able to turn it over high up the pitch like they did there. They can turn it over between the center backs or the defensive line and the midfield line. Then, ooh. Oh. Lit Bellingham pretty good there. Reminiscent of the head injury yesterday in the Bayern game. Prelauer getting solidly headbutted by Sasha Boye of Bayern. Knocked unconscious and needed to be stretchered from the field. Having checked in last night, it did seem like the coach was saying that he'll be out a little while with a concussion, but that is now safe, so we're happy to hear about that. Another nasty head-to-head collision here, though. Dope, definitely bleeding quite a bit. Looked like Illich might have also been bleeding, judging by the blood on his hand when saw him laying down. Both players are okay. Guess he didn't miss by too much on that early chance. Incredibly difficult shot to pick that near corner from there, but just missed. A corner to Liverpool, or sorry, to Arsenal. Front of the cup. Both sets of coaches taking the opportunity to chat with their players. Adjustments. Tom Rota getting a talking to from the Union coaches. I imagine just little pointers, being pretty good so far. Oliver Burke warming up. Obvious replacement if Illich isn't able to continue. New signing from Bremen, Scotsman. Got off to a strong of a start as Ansa. And if he had to find his feet in Berlin, but very welcome addition. And Joe bleeding so much he bled through both of his shirts. Fletch will need Fletch will need a new shirt too. Oof. Fletch having a word with Joe while he's over at the sideline. Get the ball back. Drop ball, and we're underway again. The ball forward. Ansa. Anton headed it back well to Kobel. Good ball fired into Garassi, smashing through the Union lines. Khedira able to get it away under pressure there. That was an excellent pass from deep. It was Vladimir Anton who threw the first two Union lines with that pass. Really coming back out to them. A lot of the game so far being played possession with Dortmund in the center third, most of what we've seen so far. One tackle by Kerkez on Madueke in the Liverpool game, just getting a toe in. Held away again. Ooh, dangerous header back. Just going up endlessly. Back down to Kobel again. Oh, good save by Allison in the Liverpool game there. Union can hold on to the ball a little bit here. Boto with a loose pass. Terrible. Great save by Grassi and Roto doing enough to save Rota the blushes. That was a really bad back pass. That is definitely the kind of transition Union do not want to be providing Dortmund. A gift to Grassi, but Oh no, excellent in the one-on-one as he usually is. Arsenal's shot definitely going on target. So Allison was made a great save in that game as well. 23 minutes gone in Dortmund. Oh, wow, just even looked like he took a look, but just Bono retreating. Bit of miscommunication there, but Bono with a good block save there. De Kral. Bit of a wrestling move. Free kick to Union. On win the ball up high up pitch, but it's foul. Here on Joe Bellingham. Good turnover. Dortmund won it right back. Doing a good job closing up the middle. It's Baini. Great ball to get a Hussey, but oh no, getting there. That was a fantastic ball by Ben Sapini. Right on the money, but Gadassi not able to control. That's me. Again, of Oro's question about back five in transition, it is a dangerous thing to leave some space in behind, but not have pressure on the ball, and Gadassi definitely has the pace to get in behind. Actually asked ChatGPT at one point who if Union could only have one player and it not be like wildly unrealistic, that Ciro Guirassy would be a perfect fit for Union Berlin. Unfortunately, he's also a perfect fit for Dortmund and probably their most important player this season. So I can't imagine we'll be seeing any last 24-hour shock moves for him, but gives you an idea of how potent Guirassy can be. He's sort of got it all. Big, strong, quick, good finisher, good in the air, good on the ball. Union, Dortmund all the way back. A bit of a press up on the side. Great sliding tackle by Trimmel. Good sliding tackle by Job to put it out. Stefan Baumgart has something to say. Not sure who was on the receiving end of that. Probably one of his own players by the looks of it. Love Stefan Baumgart. Seen him around in the Bundesliga for quite some time. Managed Cologne, Hamburg. Several other even in my time, but he has been moving around a little bit. Most recently of HSV. Their side. Trying to work something on this near side, but well closed down by Dortmund. Out to Bota. The appropriate mustard on that back pass that time, not leaving it short for Kudasi. Oh no. All the way to Kobo on one bounce. Here, one of Union's favorite songs. They're making themselves heard over the yellow wall a little bit at the moment, as the yellow wall having a little bit of a break. Stefan Baumgart always extremely involved, always pacing, gesticulating, shouting, definitely shouting. Especially when they're playing at slightly quieter stadiums, you can often hear Baumgart shouting for large portions of the game. Brief kick for Rice. Rice smile. Let's see. Missed by about 20 feet over the bar. The Epareche Eze warming up. The new Arsenal signing. Feld on that far side. Go, just fires it out for a goal kick. Baumgart pacing as usual. Coming forward. Pretty much give them to the halfway line. Low mid block for Union. Way out wide. Union willing to give a bit of room out wide. Compact through the center. To get around the corner, but Carl cut it out. It's Svensson. Right back. Baini now. Forward. Garfeld will put it away for a corner just to be safe. Or it was Vota. Makeshift center back this season, Tom Rota, in the absence of Diogo Leite. Yeah, Dortmund leadership. There's the Dortmund coach. 31 minutes gone here at the Westfalenstadion in Dortmund. Corner here from the near side, Cucho. In the goal, but no goal. Free kick to Union. Just kind of goes in and runs over Runo. No chance to get out to play the ball. Probably fair there. This atmosphere from both sets of fans. See the Union fans there behind the Dortmund's current goal. Good ball down the side to Ansa. Trying to get into space. Haber takes a shot. Looks like it deflected away for a corner. Off Maximilian Baez's heel. See the Union guest block there, near side right-hand corner. Good voice. Liverpool all over Arsenal. Bodies all over the place. Arsenal getting it away. Gyökeres wins the free kick to get the pressure off. The one getting him into trouble there. Give it away to Van Dijk, whose layoff didn't quite get there. Allison's shot blocked. Gyökeres goes down under the pressure from Konate. Dortmund coming down this left side again. Just not letting Dortmund get much joy through the middle there. Good rotation to try and work some space there. Go more in the middle. Got a big switch, but Trimmel will head away. Garassi dropping deeper to pick it back up. And Dortmund come again. Seen a lot of this in the first half. And working around the back three there. Union's sort of five-man star in the midfield there. The front of their block is stopping Dortmund from getting into the dangerous areas for the most part, as we see some pyro on the yellow wall. Chance for Arsenal, but it deflected well over the bar. Sabitzer gets the ball over the top. There's that dangerous speed in transition, but Kjærfeld, where he needs to be to clear again. Bono saves. Corner. No, he doesn't. It'll be a corner to Dortmund. Kudo winning the ball well. Be right back in 1 second. Whoa, there's a chance for Dortmund over the ball. There we go. Back up running. Saying goodbye to my beloved on her way out the door to her job. Back for some more football. See that I haven't missed any goals. Players have gone out now. Union doing a real good job of Unioners in the back red again. But so far, Union doing a good job of keeping Dortmund out of the dangerous areas, giving them space. through down the sides, but not really letting them get moving the ball through the middle. Keeping that double pivot midfield. Job and Sabitzer kind of out of the game. We'll probably need to move things a little quicker. Now Plant has Job in the middle, nowhere really to go. He's going to be forced wide out to Kuto. Good passing movement. Querfeld gets enough. And Rono will grab it. A chance for Arsenal there. Shouts of... Will be a corner. Shouting from the Arsenal players there. Let's see what happened. Cut back. Shot blocked by Van Dijk. Came to Calafiori. Definitely blocked by Konate. That's fighting with Benzabaini. We'll get through, and then he's pulled down, and it's going to be a dangerous free kick opportunity here for Union Berlin. This is the prime position for Christopher Trimmel to deliver in a dangerous set piece. Baini. That's fighting well. There. Bodies flying everywhere. Arsenal's corner goes wide. So we have the set piece from the near side here. Union's specialty, Christopher Trimmel will deliver. Great ball across the front. Headed clear. All the way back. Gira. Oh no, we'll get the ball forward again. As we pass 40 minutes on the clock here in Dortmund. Ocho into traffic, but just about got away with that. Hunt has Gadassi running off Duki. They're looking for help. Hunt with lots of time. Svensson making overlap, but go with an uncontested header at the back post there. And Koto on the far side there. Koto, they do just enough, and Kerfeld will clear it away. Anselmino heads it back. Illich! Just could not get that on target, but doing a great job there, fighting through Anselmino. Tried to head it back, but not far enough for Kobel to get there, but the shot 10 yards wide in the end. Illich and Ansa definitely do create some significant scoring risk for Union there. Good outlets over the top. They're both good in the air. Both got good pace. Baini, Ansa dueling it out. Comes to Dortmund. Pass into the heels of Gadassi. So we'll just nick it forward, looking for Ansa. All the way back to Kobel. Lining up high, but not really pressing in on Rono. Now they will. Sabitzer from deep in midfield making the press. Doki will get it away. Ansa through the back of Valdemar Anton there. Dortmund get things up and running right away again. Oh, beautiful work by Koto to step around Skov. 1-0. Dortmund. The danger man. He would be a good answer to who is the top most talented players in the Bundesliga this season. Christopher Turnbull getting explanation from the referee there. Photo doing great work on that far side to skip past Skov. Wait, so looks gets a good position. Grassi just out muscles Kjærfeld. Grassi finds his way free and a great finish into the top of the net. The tough one. Did look like he did kind of pull fell down, but they were pulling on each other. 6 of one, half dozen of the other, and Dortmund have the breakthrough right before halftime. Love the call and response goal calls from the look announcer, look address announcer. Certainly have the yellow wall and the Westbahnstadion in good voice, but something tells me that didn't put a damper on the Union fans for a second. Next time we see the guest block, they will be bouncing and jumping. Definitely singing. We reach end of the 45. We'll have 5 minutes of stoppage time added. Reached 45 minutes at Anfield as well. Nil there. Only 1 minute of stoppage time at Anfield, so we'll reach halftime there first. Maybe a question of a penalty there in Liverpool. Like, allow that to carry on at halftime there. Dortmund taking advantage. Union being pretty happy to give them the outside of the pitch. Not wanting them to get too much space through the middle, but Jan Koto showing the danger of letting Dortmund have space on the sides there. Skip past Skov. Perfect delivery. Grassi just out-muscled Leopold Kjærfeld in the middle. So Sabitzer allowed to run basically all the way into the final third. I'm not wanting to let any gaps open. Grassi and Brent with the interchange back to Grassi, back to goal. Sabitzer. All the way across to right hand side here, or the near side. Anton and all the way out to Kuto on that side. The real danger man for Dortmund in this game so far. All out wide. Kuto again. So try to play it forward. Rota under pressure from Koto, not letting it run out for a goal kick, so it will be out for a throw instead on that far side. Koto probably the man of the match in my opinion so far. Doing tons of work down that far side for Jon. Seeing Illich's chance there again, just with the outside of the foot, it was never gonna curve. Two, and then a phenomenal finish by Godassi after the hard work from Kocho on that far side. We'll kick to Union here. All right. Minute and a half left in the first half here. No chance for Rono there. For Anton. Union happy enough to not, again, press too much. Engaging at the center line. Solid mid block there. Are trying to keep the defense really compressed. You can see Union's center backs just about in the picture a lot of the time here. Press it all to about 20-25 yards. Bellingham gets some space in the middle for the first time. But off running, but ball in behind him, delivered just as he took off running. Dortmund will just basically see out the first half there. 1.5 expected goals to Union's 3-6. So 1-0 probably just about fair on the whole for the first half. Not even, it wasn't, to be fair to Dortmund, it wasn't a fluke goal or a major mistake or an accident. It just really well worked. Kocho getting away from Skov on that far side. And Gadassi just out-muscling Quitterfeld in front of the net. Beautiful finish to the top goal. Top of the goal, no chance for Rono. So we reach halftime in Dortmund. It is 1-0 Dortmund with a goal right before the half. Morning, we watched a rather one-sided affair in Wolfsburg, their home opener. They started strong. They got a goal in the first few minutes. Granted, it was courtesy of a rather large deflection that gave the keeper no chance, but from that point forward, it was pretty much all MAINZ the rest of the way. I like the aggression, but Union's lines are playing too high, too many men forward. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see Union with sort of that mid-block setup, but they're playing with fire because you can see that the center backs are pushed really high. They're really trying to compress the space, but they're not really putting any pressure on the ball, from what I can tell. So it does point to exactly what you mentioned before, Oro, that like it seems like they're like kind of hedging against the transition by giving Dortmund their entire half of the pitch in possession, but then the back line is pushing up quite high, and there's not a lot of pressure on the ball, so they're kind of inviting those dangerous balls over the top into space, which would give them exactly that advantage of being able to run in behind the Union center back, the Union back line, especially because Ota usually seems to be the highest of the center backs on that far side. So he's their recovery man, and he's usually the one who isn't staying in line with the other center backs. I mean, somewhat understandable, both because of his natural propensity to go forward as a wing back, but also as part of the general attacking. The Union do like to let one of the center backs go forward and build up if they can, but it's a bit. I mean, it's good for Union to still be very much within touching distance here. Probably had the second best chance with that Illich break that he couldn't quite get on goal. How are you liking another of the big culture matches of Germany? Like Union obviously quite small, Dortmund quite big, but I feel like they both have the sort of German classic German football culture and atmosphere. But obviously you had the Hamburg derby that had a stake in that game as a St. Pauli fan. Wondering how you're enjoying the big event in Dortmund today. Also, I am kind of surprised that Union haven't been cut out, Mark, because you do make a good point as well. Like when they have pushed forward, they are willing to push a lot of men forward in the attack, and it's kind of surprising they haven't been caught in transition more. Feel like they're man enough in the D zone for how much possession and pressure of Dortmund are bringing. If Union can get the ball and string some passes together, much. Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It's again, it's an interesting choice for them to cede so much of the pitch without any sort of pressure. Like they're letting Dortmund have up until the halfway line, but not actually, still not really committing any pressure at that point. And so Dortmund are having the time and space to pick out the passes that they want when they're ready. But Union aren't even like it would make more sense if Union were in a deep block, and then they wouldn't really need to put pressure on the ball. But they're leaving space in behind, and they're not putting pressure on the ball, so they're compacting the field like they're vertically, but they're neither pressing nor dropping, and it is definitely giving them a little trouble, as you say. And I wonder too, because when I see things like that, I wonder whether that is what the coach wants them to be doing, that he just trusts that the center backs are quick enough if the ball comes over the top, or if they think that because I mean, I think the one advantage that Union has had, the one sort of smart structure that they've had that maybe because like maybe they have no things about how Dortmund want to play that aren't necessarily obvious to the average viewer because they've done a really good job of clogging up the middle. With only one or two exceptions, it seems like Dortmund want to work the ball through the middle. They have the double pivot in front of the front three there, or the back three there. But Union are doing a good job of stopping any of the balls into Sabitzer and Bellingham so that they can't really dictate play through the middle. But then you have what happened if you give the Dortmund players space on the wings, like they will take it. And I think that Koto on that far side has probably been the best player in the game so far, certainly the most effective. And it's a little bit worrying because Skov has not been able to handle him, not be able to handle him at all. And so it's one thing to stop Dortmund coming through the middle. I mean, that is the most dangerous part on the pitch. But if you are going to let Koto have crosses in from that far side all day, Gerassi has clearly showed that he, at the very least, can get the better of Kerfeld and the Union center back. So I don't know. Maybe it's more dangerous to let them come through the middle. But if you're going to let them overload you in the wings, then you're going to also have some problems because it's not like they only have a small center forward or inside forwards like Salah stature kind of players who aren't such a big threat in the air against those center backs. They've got Gerassi, who's probably one of the best like big center forwards in the league for exactly that sort of thing. Maybe Union looking at it as like a basically playing the odds. figuring that the middle is more dangerous and that their center backs have a better chance of heading out crosses if they give Dortmund the wide spaces. But it kind of feels like what you said too, like they don't have enough men in the defensive zone, because it's also one thing to yeah. I'm actually really surprised that Rono's never been picked up by a bigger team than Union. He seems like relatively slight of stature for a goalkeeper, but he is quite commanding in the air, and his ability in like one-on-one situations is really excellent. I obviously watch Union more than other teams, but or until this season. This season I'm watching all the games, but for several years now, that's sort of been Rono's specialty, is making those good saves in the one-on-ones, like when Grassi got through from Bota's uh, really sloppy loose back pass there. And as you say, there's nothing he could really do. No opportunity to come out and cut out that cross to Grassi, and once Kerfeld is out of the picture, can't really stop a rocket into the top of the net like that. I'm a little bit worried about Skov on that far side against Jan Kodo. I think Trimmel's done a good job getting up and down. He's been good in defense, but he's also been good getting forward a bit to create those crossing options. But I really wonder about Skov. It would be great if we could push up the pitch a little bit more and get him into the same sort of positions that Trimmel is getting into now and then on that right-hand side to get some crosses in. But it doesn't really seem like Skov is having any luck getting forward, and he was kind of getting toyed with by Jan Koto. He can't handle the quick feet. There was that pretty brash challenge, or just kind of Koto went around him and just kind of hacked him down, and had to stop himself doing that. Although, as it turns out, maybe he should have hacked Koto down before the goal. But it's a bit tough with Dortmund controlling the game so much. I agree. I agree. That's spot on. I think that was because when at the start of the game, the first 10 minutes or whatever, Union were doing a good job of holding possession. They were taking some chances to move the ball forward, but they weren't being, it hadn't reached the just kind of smash a ball down the channel and hope that one of the forwards can outmuscle the defender to it. They were having some good bouts of possession, particularly working the little triangles on the near side, trying to get Trimmel into a good crossing position. So I totally agree with you. They definitely need to get a little bit more of a foothold in the game, and like you say, need to take a little bit more control of the midfield, because it's one thing to clog up the midfield and deny it to Dortmund, but there's only so much you can do with Trimmel hitting balls forward into the channels and hoping that Ansar Illich can win it and hold it up. Especially because Dortmund do have center backs that are both mobile and physical, so it's a big challenge for Ansa and Illich up against those two, or up against those three. Although Ben Silvaini and Anton doing most of the work, covering them. Union did have 5 shots, so that's not too bad. Not on target. So that isn't as good, but be interesting to see if Union make any changes. I can't imagine they'll probably make any subs, because I mean, I could be okay with seeing Skov come off maybe for Juranovic. But aside from that, I mean, it was a very tight game. It was just that one decisive moment of Koto getting away from go up on the far side, and then obviously Garassi just kind of overpowering Fairfeld in their wrestling match. Thank you very much once again, Oro, for keeping me company and chatting with me here. It makes this a lot more fun, a lot more interesting, and definitely got a good football head on your shoulders by the sounds of it. I can't really disagree with anything you've said so far. Also, very grateful again too for the heads up on SF City FC and also Clapton community as well. I seem to have found, or they found the guy who knows all the clubs that I would want to know about. Ah, bitte. It felt really good not having had anyone stop by and chat for the first couple of matches. To have it was so encouraging. The first person who really found me and wanted to chat is exactly the kind of person that I would want to attract to my community. It's already been so good. I've learned quite a lot from you already, and that's a big part of what I want to do. Because I know some stuff about German football. I've kind of been around, like paid attention to German football for most of my life on and off. But what I would really like to do is to create a community where I can learn as much as anyone else. Like I just want to hold a space so that we can get people who are curious about German football and fan culture, and hopefully get some people who know about German football and fan culture. I can be as the sort of like half-knowing go-between. So very, very happy to have, very happy that you found me. You've definitely made these streams a lot better. Team's back on the pitch here. Laying down for all the ads. Some banners in the crowd as usual. Back underway in the second half here. Oh, didn't give Dortmund their goal. Guess I should do that, to be fair. We'll see how Dortmund or how Union started the second half. Started the first half strong. Work into the middle. Normal in that dangerous crossing spot out wide. Go arriving at the back post, but doing a good job defensively. Good start. Good sign for Union that go pushing Ocho back to start the second half, but not the other way around. Memorial banner on the yellow wall there. Whoa, what a save! Union showing why they're so dangerous from set pieces. Koval pushing away well. Go try to get in, but it's well blocked. Certainly a strong start for Union to the second half here. Gove wins another corner coming from that right-hand side there. Union Berlin pushing Dortmund back here to start the second half. Great ball from Trimmel. Illich just finding his way between the defenders. Gets there ahead of Anton, but great reaction saved by Kobel. Couldn't quite get it away to the corners, but very strong start. 2 minutes gone. Another corner for Union. Trimble all the way across to take it. Illich. Rotas! Oh, Koval gets there. Rota, of course, coming from Dortmund, probably would have been offside if it had counted, but Maxi Maya arriving in back post, but oh no, that's it out easily enough. For Union to build out from a back here. They're Dortmund not looking to press high up the pitch here right now to start the second half. Union doing just as Oro in the chat suggested. Being a little bit more possession here, holding onto the ball. Great take from Ansa on the run. Trimble arriving. Crossed in, goes all the way across. No one committed. Probably looking, expecting that touch. But Edfeld boxing out. Gerasi well there, and Union back on the ball again. Normal good ball into the middle. Ansa can't control it though. Dortmund will get their claws into the game a little bit here in the first time in the second half. Good first 4 or 5 minutes from Union Berlin. Yellow wall in good voice. 20,000 strong. The yellow wall of Dortmund basically as big or as high capacity as Union's entire stadium, pretty much. Bota doing well. Which probably shouldn't have kept it in there. Looking for a foul, but Benspany has a chance to drive forward and eat up the yards on that far side there. Benson, the left wing back. Side. Gerasi coming really deep through there. Hirschfeld, a good ball around there. Or giveaway. Vaya. All the way back to Vono, who will boot it clear. Starting to get a hold back into the game. And Salmino across well to take that out of bounds. But Kierfeld, Union happy to hold on to the ball a little bit here. And Sabani going for a little slide there, no foul. That's winning a throw in for Union down there. Looks like Christopher Trimble will probably come across for a long throw here. Can't push the ad boards out of the way like you can at Union, so not quite as much of a run up here. 5 in the box, 3 on the edge of the box. Assi all the way back defending. Rimmel left foot across. Danger zone. Skov just kind of back to Doki at the back post. I will get it clear. Gerasi head injury. Nearly Doki's down, holding his head. Job trying to complain, but you'd think that he'd maybe know a little bit better than that, given the he had a head injury in the first half. That's a great coach. I'm over the moon grateful to have you along for this, because as you can imagine, it's a lot more fun to have even one person in the chat than to just be kind of talking to the camera. It is funny that you should say that too, because there was a time where I did watch a lot of ESPN, like ESPN FC or whatever. Not necessarily because they're great analysts there, but it is funny that you should say that, because like, I didn't mind Stevie Nicol and Frank LeBoeuf and whatever, but whenever it was Alexi Lawless and Landon Donovan and them, that's yeah, I usually turn those videos off. Love that. The living meme Lawless. I'm glad that like coverage, that it gives something that actually worthwhile to someone. It's been honestly kind of disheartening to like, well, that's actually not true. I shouldn't say it's been disheartening. It's been very heartening in one way and disheartening in another way, because like, I've seen, obviously, the coverage of the Bundesliga has increased a little bit in the English language space, but not really. It hasn't really filled up with people who seem to know anything about the Bundesliga or care at all about any of the things that make the Bundesliga special. It's just, I mean, again, not to go in on Goldbridge. He's doing his thing. He's, it's whatever. But it does drive me crazy to listen to him talk about how he's like, I'm so excited, we have the Bundesliga. I'm so excited for the Bundesliga. All of these talents that England can hoover up in the next year or two. Like, literally, like, oh, watch this game. There's this player who would look really good in playing for Manchester United, or like the star player in this game. Oh, it'd be a great signing for Crystal Palace. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with you. Like, yeah. I totally agree with you, though, especially too because, like, I sort of got into MLS when Toronto FC entered the league, like, years ago now. But Toronto's such a multicultural city. They did such a good job of like cultivating a whole bunch of different like fan bases in the different diaspora communities. Like, one that always sticks with me was like the steel drum section at BMO Field, uh, from like the like Caribbean diaspora fans of Toronto FC, and I kind of, it's actually funny because I was gonna get back into MLS when LAFC entered the league, because I sort of stumbled across them and I thought, like, wow, this is really impressive for a North American sports league. Like, it's very fan centered. They have a lot of consultation with fans and fan groups, and like forming fan groups before they had even come up with like a team name. And I think one of the reasons why MLS is so great is because there is such a huge like Mexican and South American population in the United States. And I mean, it's obviously like, it's not really my home base. I'm from Germany originally, or like I was born there. My family's from Germany. And so for me, it's natural to gravitate towards German football culture as like an excellent example of football as community. But the next sort of obvious choice would be South America, Mexico. Like, that is the obvious other major stronghold of like real raw fan culture. And when you look around the fan bases of MLS, most of the teams clearly have like very Latin American fan bases. You can tell in the songs and the chants, a lot of the supporter like club names and stuff like that, or like supporter group names. And I just think it's, oh, there we go. Grazie. Ah. You asked at the end of the last stream, who the most talented top players in the Bundesliga are this season, and it was a big omission for me not remember Gracie. I think he's pretty much single-handedly the best hope for Dortmund to challenge this season. I was really surprised too, just about respecting LAFC, because like I would have never thought that like a club owned by, Hollywood celebrities and like sort of, I mean, you might literally call them, it's Bayern's nickname, but you might literally call them Hollywood FC. But for being the sort of glitzy LA club, I love that they didn't go for that vibe at all. They really tried to cultivate the support of the Chivas USA fans and ultras groups and supporters groups, and that's absolutely the right play to me. Like you said, I think Mexican and South American voices are really the way forward for football in America, soccer football in America. Really disappointing there. I really thought that Querfeld was one of the was really like him and Ansa were the outstanding players for Union in the first game against Stuttgart, but Garassi seems to be kind of having his way with Querfeld in this game now. Ooh, good defensive cover by Doki. Well, Union did do what you said at to start the second half. They had a good 5-10 minutes, but just like in the first half, it looks like Dortmund are kind of starting to tighten things up again and take the game away from them again. Oh, that one might need a look. Not as bad as it kind of looked at first there, but not great. I think that goal is a good example of exactly what you were saying before the game too. It wasn't exactly like it wasn't overwhelming pace in transition. It wasn't them getting caught way up the field, but Gerassi's pace just enough to get into that little pocket behind Querfeld, who followed him out. Only one shot on target each in the Liverpool Arsenal game. Definitely made the right choice to have Dortmund and Union center stage instead. Love the steady drumbeat of German football. Basically won't find a stadium or an ultras group that isn't guided by the rhythm of the drums, which also too, I will say as well, is another credit to the Mexican and South American supporters in MLS. I generally actually like the atmospheres when I for MLS when I do occasionally check in. The Latin Americans definitely bringing the drumming and the rhythm that you don't really get in other North American sports, and often really like not in England or a lot of the other leagues in Europe either. I was just ready to. I was ready to become a MLS fan. I was really digging LAFC, and it was great because DAZN had the rights to MLS in Canada, or I had like partial rights. So it would have been an opportunity to, like, I was all ready to start watching. And then that was the year where MLS, in the offseason, MLS signed that huge $1 billion deal or whatever with Apple TV, which I don't have. And I was kind of like, all right, well, I'll take that as my sign that MLS isn't the league for me. But I love the South American and Central American diaspora in the States, basically just taking over MLS. It's got that kind of American franchise sport vibe at the highest levels, but then you actually like watch the games, you see the atmosphere in MLS, and it's more like watching a game from Mexico or Argentina than like watching an NFL game or a basketball, NBA game. And it actually is really wild too. I don't know, maybe the reason that the American punditry is people like Donovan and Lawless is because maybe ESPN Deportes is soaking up all the good Latin American pundits. Nothing against Americans or anything, but I do honestly find it difficult to listen to American commentators in MLS and American pundits. Maybe I'm just so heavily conditioned that everyone talking football has got to have like an English accent. That's interesting. I wondered about that. I feel like that's such a classic. Oh, chance for Dortmund. But Dortmund can do anything here real quick. Recycling to base. Oh, took it away from Savitzer. Um, I was wondering about that because like Apple TV, like it feels like one of those classic sort of to an actual like football fan, one of those really classic stupid like pure business decision sort of situations. Wow, that is really terrible. I'm like that's such a big step back for MLS. And it really just feels like a business decision. It just feels like again, it's this is what it feels like too. It is really interesting to see this in MLS because this is kind of what it feels like being a German football fan too. Because German football has all of these advantages that the fans bring, the culture, the tradition, the atmosphere. Like you very rarely see German games outside of like a few clubs, like obviously Wolfsburg, the Volkswagen Company Club, they don't really get great turnouts. Their home openers day was about 2/3 full. But like what make because it kind of feels like everyone's trying to do the model of the Premier League, but there already is a Premier League, and there's also the Champions League. So you basically got every day of the week covered by a pre-existing Super League. And it feels like what MLS tried to do with Apple TV was like, oh well, we'll take this product and we'll put it on a platform that lots of people have, but we want to actually think about the people who are actually going to watch because it's like everything feels like they're just trying to push everything towards the lowest common denominator. And so it's like, well, we don't have to make a product that is tailored to our actual fans, the heart and soul of this league, the thing that actually makes MLS really great. Because like I almost like I want to be critical of MLS, but I can't really because what's important to me is the fan culture, the atmospheres, things like that. And that's something that MLS is actually being able like the fans, I would say not MLS, the fans of MLS have done an amazing job creating fan culture around almost every club. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. It's I don't know, if you're a fan of St. Pauli, maybe you'll get what I'm saying here. It almost feels like every time something beautiful and organic pops up in sports, there's just like this instinct from the corporate bosses of those leagues and of those teams and stuff to be like, no, no, kill it. Kill it. We don't want, like, I don't care if it'll make us more money. We can't have, fans asserting control. We can't get them have, anyone think that this is anything other than a consumer product that they're consuming. And it just feels like more and more fans don't want that. Like, if you want that, then you can watch NFL or you can watch the Premier League if you want. But like, I think there's so many fans that just want more from their sports, from their leagues, from their clubs, than just being like, here's a product with no, completely sanitized product that anyone can enjoy, but no one who actually loves football will enjoy. I will add the USL to my list of investigation. Yeah. Oh God. It's so good to get these insights from you, especially too because like it's so interesting to see the parallels, and that's actually again one of the reasons why am quite interested and am so happy to talk to you about this, because it feels like they tried to create another corporate sports league and an actual football league broke out. Again, thanks largely to the Mexican and South American diasporas that are just like, football's our thing. We're gonna make it ours no matter where we go. And I think that was the best gift MLS could have ever received, was having such strong natural fan bases and coming from these like really strong football cultures and just grafting it onto MLS. And then MLS response is like, well, let's put up paywalls. Let's make things more expensive. Let's make things more difficult, and let's absolutely not emphasize, the culture and the atmosphere. And it really does. I mean, it really does feel like every time something. Because I mean, again, I don't know. As a St. Pauli fan, I imagine that you're interested in some of the issues that St. Pauli are, heavily identified with. But like it's like it feels like social sabotage. People build something beautiful and organic, and someone with money comes along and is like, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that and we'll sanitize it and we'll rip the soul out of it, and then we'll resell it to you as a product. That's so gross. Oh, that's so like that's the absolute anti football, anti culture. Because I mean, because too, like it's one thing to, like, for example, it's one thing for fans to create a club in their club's image if their club is taken away. Like again, like FC United of Manchester, comes to mind. MK Dons comes to mind. But like to take a grassroots club and basically be like, yeah, no, we're gonna essentially astroturf over this actual grassroots club. That's it makes me definitely want to perhaps get in touch. Like again, I don't. Last I checked, I had 3 subscribers on this channel, so like I don't really have. Thank you. I don't really have obviously any reach. I can't go to SF City FC and be like, "Hey, I have this platform to get word out for you." Yeah, I'm glad that you pointed it out, because like I just kind of just speaking off the cuff, but I think that's actually a really good way to define one of the real major efforts, especially in sports, but I feel like you can really see it in society a lot too. Like so many times when there is like a proper like a grassroots protest movement, or you know cultural movements, or like not to get too political and stuff like that. Like you, oh, Whoa, what a tackle. What a tackle by Anselmino. Was a good chance there. Union did definitely push a lot of people up there, but oh, game a little bit more open now. Well, I'll have to hold on to that one, astroturfing the grassroots, because I really think that that is the biggest strategy that, let's say, moneyed interests have now, because I think they're starting to identify that like people are sick and tired of having everything packaged up and sanitized and fed to them as a consumer. Another great tackle by Anselmino. Offside. I think they're starting to realize they can't really feed us what they want to feed us so much anymore. Or at least there's more and more people who don't want that. And so they keep an eye out for the everything that looks like it could possibly make a difference or set a precedent or give an example, and astroturf the roots right out of it. And time flies on stream when I'm chatting with you. I can't believe we're already almost the 75th minute. Looks like Union identified the same problem, and I was thinking that Gadassi is a little bit too much for Querfeld in this game so far. Too much experience, too much strength. And it looks like they've switched Doki into the middle to deal with Gadassi, and Querfeld's out on that right hand side now. Or maybe that was just a temporary switch. I guess I don't know. I see what you mean. Like I think you're probably right to phrase it in that way, but I feel like we to a certain extent we have to start being naive again, because I often feel the same way too. That like you think about the kind of power. Oof. That reminds me of Bayern Munich in 1860 Munich. They both partnered on the big renovation of the Allianz, or the building of the Allianz Arena in time for the World Cup in 2006. But then, and nothing against Bayern in this case, because they actually, from the sounds of it, well, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but it does sound like they tried to help 1860 stay in the stadium as long as they could. But it was always kind of like, how is this, second, then third, then like fourth division team gonna live with a 66,000 seat stadium? And like it was supposed to be this, it was supposed to be for both of them. And then eventually Bayern bought out their share because 1860 were in financial trouble, and then continued to like lease space to them. But it just became unviable. And I worry that even if there is a sort of like outward goodwill towards SF City, that oh, the renovations will help, and it'll make it a better stadium for everyone, and it'll make it more more versatile and whatever. It's just a soft way to push them out, because if you do make it more usable and versatile, then everyone's gonna want it. I am inclined to agree with you. Um, Bayern Munich are such a difficult case because they're so I mean, I don't want to be too harsh, but they feel very corrosive to the soul of German football in that while they are, giants and traditional in their own right, they are always the ones who seem to be pushing to weaken 50 plus one and to bring more money in and to loosen restrictions and make these big money deals like the investment deal that the fans got axed last season. And I think that actually really shows the power of German football and German football fans, because I would bet you that if Bayern didn't have a really strong like membership and a really strong ultras core, I bet Bayern Munich would have been a lot more open to flirting with that idea. But like I'll never forget the incident a few years back at the Bayern Munich members general meeting, and the CEO and board and whatever were giving their little spiel about like uh basically money and partnerships and whatever. They basically got shouted down by their own members until the meeting had to be abandoned because the fans, like the ultras and the members and stuff like that, were like, "We absolutely do not want to be partnered with Qatar. Thank you very much. And if you're just gonna try and basically steamroll over us, they were gonna stand up and shout you down, and this meeting is over." And so they are a bit of a paradox because Bayern Munich, as like a corporate club and organization, to me is one of the most corrosive entities in German football. Arguably, in a sense, almost worse than Leipzig, in that Leipzig did their thing. They got around 50 plus one. They have their like 7 members or whatever to like technically meet the rules. But aside from that, they mainly keep their head down. Like they wanted to do what they wanted to do. They've done it, and they mainly seem to keep their head down about it. But it's Bayern Munich that always seemed, their board and their leadership that always seem to be the ones at the forefront, being like, we need more money in the league. We need to be able to compete at the highest levels. And basically everyone else is like, no, we're good with the way things are. We're not interested in Bayern Munich having another 200 million euros a year so that they can run away even further from everyone else and go have their adventures in the Champions League. Speaking of the Bundesliga, one of Liverpool's many Bundesliga alumni. Wow. Wow, what a goal from Dominic Szoboszlai. Incredible free kick in the Liverpool game. Liverpool lead 1-0 in the 83rd minute. One of my favorite traditions of the Union fans there. Yes. Ale, 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 ale. 2 goals down, can't keep the Union fans, and then gets blocked down. And there's the third. Man, we're just gonna give them their second. Give them their third there. Well, this is starting to look more like a usual Union trip to Dortmund. Dortmund boss is looking a little happier than they usually do. What went wrong there? Tough luck for Union on that one. Even Rota even got his head to it, but couldn't really have dropped in a worse spot for Union. One thing I will actually say to Bayern's credit, again, I did just call them one of the most corrosive entities in German football, so that's maybe, wow, 118 kilometers an hour in a Mesh's shot. And yet the fans we can hear are the Union fans added again in the Gäste block. This is why Union Berlin is my club. This is why they are the club of my heart and the team that I chose, because they can be losing 3-0 away, not really getting a sniff, and you'll still hear the traveling fans from Union out singing the Yellow Wall in Dortmund. I remember when I was a kid, I was at a hockey game, and the team was losing. My local team was losing, and being a naive little kid, I thought, hey, the team's losing. What better time to really, cheer and be loud and do the best to, when does the team need encouragement more than when they're, down a couple goals or whatever? And I literally had someone like get up from a few rows over and like get up and basically tell me to shut up and sit down. I was probably like 9 at the time, and I feel like that had a big effect on me, and also on my opinion of North American sports, if I'm being real. That was the kind of thing that pushed me towards European football, because I just could not understand North American sports, where it's like the worse your team is doing, the quieter and quieter you get, unless you're booing them off the pitch. And like, I understand. I saw Spurs got booed off the other day after a 1-0 loss to Bournemouth. Rangers got booed off by their home fans. So did Celtic in the Champions League the last couple of weeks. But that's why I picked Union. That's why I completely identify with them, because I've seen games where Union gone down like 4 or 5-0 and conceding goals in front of their own curva at home too. And the immediate reaction from the Union fans, giving up a 5th goal at home, sing even louder. Like, don't even break the rhythm for the goal. Just keep singing and up the volume again. That's how Union stole my heart. See if Union can take some positives, maybe a goal before the end here. Good to see Hemline on. I love an academy product. Free kick. Well, if you're only going to have one goal in a game as big as Liverpool and Arsenal at Anfield, why not have a beauty like that from Soboslai? It's actually amazing how many Bundesliga alumni are. Oh, Bert's maybe a dead thigh, bruised thigh. Hopefully that's not too bad. He'll come off though. Speaking of the Bundesliga alumni, though, there's another Bundesliga alumni. Man, Liverpool is like Bundesliga FC. Szoboszlai, Konate, Endo, Wirtz, Ekitike. And but again, fun being a fan of Union. Not fun to lose, but doesn't really matter when you're an Union fan. Especially away at Dortmund, it was always going to be a tough one. Oh, Karim Adeyemi coming on. That will probably not make things any funner for Union. Speed Demon. .90 minutes at Anfield. 7 minutes to be added on there. Double slides, free kick, the difference. 3 minutes to the 90 here in Dortmund. That was like seems to have been some sort of the regular right back for Liverpool. Last 2 games I've seen, he seems to find himself in that right back position. Very versatile player. Played as a winger, an attacking midfielder, a 10, an 8. Now as a right back. Maybe wanting that kind of delivery that Alexander-Arnold was providing until he made the move to Real Madrid. A few better strikers of the ball in that team than Soboslai, although they have quite a few. Dortmund seem pretty happy to just kind of control things and see it out. Actually, time to get next game and running as well, even towards the third consecutive game. All the games stacked up tight in Germany on this Sunday afternoon. Wolfsburg MAINZ led overlapping with at the start of the Union Dortmund game. It looks like too many Union defenders back there. One should end just in time for the beginning of the coverage of Köln Freiburg, the final match of the German weekend. Another good match. It should be relatively even. Freiburg, arguably the stronger, but missing a few of their key players from last season. One will be bolstered by the home crowd as they open up their stadium with the first home game in the Bundesliga this year. Still the Union fans making themselves most heard. Their Union Berlin version of the old 80s song Stumbling In. One of my go-tos at the gym. Just play the Union Ultras on repeat. Seen that song. Union's version called Tasse Cafe. Or Cafe. Yeah, Tasse Cafe. Cup of coffee. But also a good loop of Dem Morgengrauen entgegen, another Union fan song. That's my go-to at the gym. Just getting pumped up by Union Berlin's Ultras while I do my workout. Chance here for Union to maybe get one back. Garfeld will take it. We'll see if he'll go for the top corner. Not really sure why we bothered getting everyone lined up to act as decoys there, but there's no chance for anyone to block that Dementia strike. Two minutes left at Anfield. Arsenal 86% possession in stoppage time so far. Liverpool hanging on there. As Union come forward again, looking for consolation. Burke holds it up well. Doki up forward from right center back there. Zhang gets the ball in. Burke, Zhang, back post. Illich! Wide. Goal kick. I think a good, I think going back to the last comments there, I think a good way to probably describe a club like Bayern is because of the fan power in Germany and even the fan power at Bayern. I feel like Bayern are a club that do what they can feel they can get away with. I think they would happily join a Super League if they could get away with it, but I think they also know that the fans would never let them get away with it. And like, I certainly don't advocate for violence or threats or anything like that, but I think it is notable that while those sorts of thank you. Well, those sorts of things are pretty uncommon in Germany. It has definitely happened that when fans have had enough with ridiculous mismanagement of their clubs, they are willing to take things into their hand. Again, I'm not advocating for any threats or violence or anything like that, but what does come to mind was Schalke's collapse and just shockingly woeful mismanagement for years. And when it was time for when it looked pretty certain that they were going down, I remember the story of Schalke. I think it was the players getting chased through the car park by ultras because they were so done with the mess that was Schalke. And then, of course, there was the famous scenes when Hamburg went down for the first time 7 years ago. The fans made very clear that things were going to get ugly when the clock reached 0 on Hamburg's time in the Bundesliga. And it was a pretty crazy pitch invasion when Hamburg went down. I'll never forget the scenes of line of mounted police on the field at the Volksparkstadion lined up in front of the curva there as some of the fans started to or some of the ultras started to stream out of their curva under clouds of billowing smoke bombs as German mounted police meeting them on the pitch. Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. If you're gonna do something like that, it's gonna come back and bite you eventually. And I mean, I guess it was a tradition, and you don't really want to just sort of arbitrarily get rid of traditions, but they might have wanted to think about getting rid of that clock in advance of getting relegated, given that they had a good like 5 or 6 years of just surviving and fighting off relegation. It felt like tempting fate to stick by that clock as the as Hamburg hung on by their fingernails year after year. All done in Liverpool, all done in Dortmund. And still hear the Union fans clearly away in their guest block. Get the ready to go in Cologne, I would imagine, too. I think if I think that's one of the best lessons from German football, and it's something that really kind of you can see reflected across society quite a bit. And like again, maybe it's very political. You're a St. Pauli fan, I'm sure you'll probably understand. But I feel like generally speaking, the people who have money as, you know, sort of the emblem of power, the people who have money will take everything from us that we don't defend and hold on to. And I think that's the lesson that German football, one of the major lessons that German football taught me, is that they really showed that, you know, the people with the money only have as much power as we give them, because you look at other leagues around Europe and like sometimes the crackdowns have been really severe. I think German ultras learned a lot from the experiences of other fans around Europe, that it had to be, I don't think they've ever been known for being particularly violent or anything, but I think the German fans really learned that it needs to be creative as opposed to aggressive per se. And so instead of having, fights with police after games and things like that, or, tearing up stadiums, vandalizing stuff, the German fans uh, leaned into the soft power side. They're more than happy to make things difficult for the German Football Association, delay matches, postpone matches occasionally, chocolate coins on the field, tennis balls on the field, things that you can't really, like, no one can point to and be like, these fans are out of control, they're going to hurt someone, they're going to, they're a real threat to whatever, because it's like, I don't know, throwing a couple thousand chocolate coins on the field, I think it's hard to sell that as like a real violent uprising. But it does, it's visible. The Bundesliga is trying to sell their rights overseas, and the fans are making it really clear during the matches that will then, and thus seen on TV, that they won't have it, and that they will continue to make life difficult for the Football Association until they back off. That's the kind of, that's the kind of thing that can work both for football clubs and football cultures protecting themselves, for fans of other leagues, other sports who, don't want to just be consuming a corporate product, but actually want, a community, a real something to rally around, and not just like another corporate entity to offload money to. And that was a big part of why I even did this project at all, was because I just felt there's so many lessons to be learned from German football. And that was a big one. Like, this German football fans are some of the most effective, like, social and cultural resistance groups that I've seen. So many so many things that people care about just get commodified or get co-opted, and German football fans model an example of how it can be different, like how you can resist without feeding into the hands of the authorities, as it were. um yeah, thank you. Because I think there's been a lot of examples that, like, we can't beat authority at their own game. Things like violence, like riots, destruction. It just plays into their hands. It just allows them to be like, look at these crazy. But in the case of soccer fans, for example, if you have an angry mob leave the stadium dissatisfied and like go smash up downtown, or even if it was more specific than that. I mean, that's not the sort of thing most football fans really do. But like, even if it was more specific, say the Frankfurt fans were unhappy with their Waldstadion being named the Deutsche Bank Park. They could go, and they could go down into downtown Frankfurt after a match and go smash up all the Deutsche Banks they can find. But like, that just allows the authorities to paint them as, violent and crazy and destructive, and give them a reason to outlaw them. And I think the German fans have just learned so well how to be effective without exposing themselves to exactly the kind of things that the authorities want them to. They want them to be violent. They want to a make a scene of themselves, do things that can be pointed to as an excuse to crack down on them. And as much as I'm sure the German authorities and the German Football Association would love to crack down on ultras and fan groups, it's really difficult for them to, because fans are really smart, and they take actions that are really difficult for them to be demonized by. Again, you can't, if you're throwing metal coins onto the field and people are bleeding, and it's like a hailstorm of of coins or whatever, like, okay, that's going to be a problem. It's going to cause injuries and it's going to look bad. But chocolate coins, much smarter. Also a fun snack for Bochum players. Get everything reset here for the final main match, final German match of the day here. Dortmund winning 3-0. Union fans singing their heart out the whole way, so that's good enough for me. 2 minutes gone, and Cologne in front of their absolutely bouncing stadium there. Hey Oro, I know that you said before that you were stopping in for the Union Dortmund game today. I do very much appreciate it. I was very much looking forward to having you back. I'm curious though, are you gonna stay on and watch, even if you don't, even if you didn't stay in the stream, but gonna watch the Cologne Freiburg game to cap the German football weekend? Of course, understandable if you don't have all afternoon to watch, or I guess all morning out there on the West Coast if you don't have all morning to watch football. But if you are interested, this is another very good example of yes, excellent, love to hear it. Again, I'm not the biggest football expert, but this is definitely another major cultural match of Germany. Cologne can barely even stay in the top division these days, kind of a yo-yo team. But they have one of the best stadiums in Germany, one of the best fan bases, a really great community club. Like, really, really, the city, the culture, really, really means a lot to these fans. Oh, sweet. That's cool to have a tie in there. I can see how you found your way to German football. You seem to have a couple of ties into German football. It might be helpful. I mean, I I am first and foremost an Union fan. I will always support them over any other club now, but it is kind of handy to have some other favorites. These are actually probably my two other most favorite clubs these days. Like, I do still have a soft spot for St. Pauli, but because they spent so much time in the second division over the last few years, I've never really invested as much in St. Pauli because it's hard to watch the second division here. That was also why I never really. It wasn't until Union Berlin came up into the Bundesliga that I was able to really discover them. A good ball down the side. Ooh, wild shot though. That works. That works. Anything that we all find our own ways to it. But it's good though. I mean, if for example, I mean, they're not the best choice because they're probably just as likely to go down as St. Pauli, but if, for example, St. Pauli were to go down this year, and Köln were to stay up, they might be a good secondary team for you to follow if you enjoy this year's Bundesliga season. Although at least it does seem like the coverage of the second Bundesliga is a little bit better in the States. At least in the sense that ESPN seems to use those rights a little bit more fully. Of the 9 Fight to Bundesliga games this week, DAZN, despite having full rights here in Canada, only shows 3. So it would be if ESPN is actually showing what a beautiful overlap. Good save by Schwebe over the bar. if for some reason, but just to say, if for some reason you get separated from St. Pauli, I would say that Cologne would be an excellent second choice if you still wanted a team to follow in the Bundesliga. Um, if St. Pauli were back in the second division. But I mean, that said, too, it's probably almost more likely that Cologne will get relegated this year than St. Pauli. It'll certainly be an interesting battle at the bottom of the standings this year. I mean, with the way Bayern are, it can often be almost more exciting to see who gets relegated than who wins in Germany. I feel like Bayern Munich are almost like a little tiny Premier League within the Bundesliga, in that, like, because they control all the money and they hoover up so much of the German talent. It's kind of just like in the same way that, I mean, it's been a bit more competitive. Like it was City and Liverpool, and then it was now Liverpool and Arsenal or whatever. But like, always kind of feels like there's a little select group in England that are always going to be the ones that title for or challenge for the title, and it feels kind of like Bayern Munich, or you can just kind of assume at the start of the season that they're gonna be the ones who are the easy front runners, especially in a year like this with so much talent leaving the Bundesliga, or so much of the elite talent of the Bundesliga leaving for England. It's kind of like who'll finish in the Champions League spots, who'll finish in Europe, who'll finish, who will be in the relegation playoff. That's it's kind of like it's not that fun to not really have title races, but I feel like it's also a good example of German football because, like, one of the problems to me also with a lot of other leagues is that that's where the focus is that it's kind of like at the top, and no one really cares about what the other teams are up to. But in Germany, it's a lot more even, so there's a lot more interest up and down because everyone just kind of assumes that Bayern will win. Well, you found the right person to say that to, because that broke my heart with St. Pauli, because like that was where the facade, like, and again, like, don't get me wrong, I do still like St. Pauli. I think they do a lot of great things in their community for football, for German football. They bring lots of people into the Bundesliga as a like great ambassador of like what German clubs and German football culture and stuff is all about. But I was really confused when they were seemingly incapable of saying anything about what was happening in Palestine. And like, I understand, I do. I was born in Germany. I have German family. I know that Germans are really sensitive about saying anything about anything to do with Jews or Israel or anything like that. I know it is a super touchy subject in Germany. But it was really disappointing to me because it was like looking at St. Pauli, I was like, well, it feels sometimes like they try to be everything to everyone and always do the right thing, but then, ooh, that was a hard challenge. Hopefully they're okay there. Rough. It kind of felt like this was such an obvious thing for St. Pauli to take a stand on if they were really brave, and if they really stood by what they believe in, because it really is, it's like it doesn't, I know that the immediate thing is if you say anything you're anti-Semitic, and I understand that that's a very sensitive thing for Germans and German football clubs, and especially a club like St. Pauli that wants to be infinitely inclusive and supportive of all things right in the world. And I know that there's a lot of people who have struggled with the situation with the genocide in Palestine because it's such it opens you up to criticism if you say anything, and a lot of people don't want to be seen to be anti-Semitic or to be hateful or anything like that. But like, it seemed like such a home run for St. Pauli to at least take a side. Maybe they would use really wishy-washy language and say like, we respect both sides or whatever, but like you got to take a stand. Like one side is clearly killing a lot more of the other side, and the victims of the conflict seem to be overwhelmingly civilians of Palestinian origin, let's say. And I mean, just to hear the things that like Israeli politicians say and stuff like that, like publicly. I mean, usually in Hebrew, not in English as much, but I just it really hurt a lot to see that Polly didn't rise to the challenge on that one. And I do agree with you too. Like that is the most valid criticism. Those two things in particular are the most valid criticisms to me that I've heard about St. Pauli, which are for being, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Especially too because the captain is such a basically living embodiment of the club. I mean, it was like I'd always been relatively fond of Mainz since the Jurgen Klopp days, and they had a similar situation. Like I know that Mainz does have like there's roots to the Jewish community in Mainz and stuff like that. So like Mainz in particular has an especially tenuous situation to uphold in these circumstances. But when Anwar Al Ghazi came out and I don't even know, he didn't, as far as I'm concerned, he didn't even say anything inflammatory or that could be construed in any way to be anti-Semitic or racist or anything like that, and got basically thrown out of the club because they asked him to apologize, and he was basically like, no, no, I'm going to go on saying that children shouldn't be murdered and that the people of Palestine like could use some help, could be prayed for, like and so for them to terminate his contract, that was just really shocking to me because like again, it's one thing if he like people can be on all ends of the spectrum here, but like it would be one thing if he came out and he said like like glory to Hamas, like good on, keep fighting until you get your land back or whatever, which I mean you could argue that that's not particularly, I mean, it's neither here nor there, but he didn't even do that. It was really like, from my recollection of his posts, it was really like praying for Palestinians, like want to see the war end. Yeah, no, I agree. And I mean, like it's tough because like even for me, like exactly. Because that's the thing, because also especially too when you see the kind of things that are said by the other side that just get brushed away. Like we had a number of Israeli players posting on social media, like for all intents and purposes, like just straight openly condemning condoning genocide. I don't remember who it was, but even just the other day, I heard of a player who would basically be driven out of his club by the fans because the club signed him, or that he was going to be signed, and the fans like stopped it from happening because he'd be on social media like literally saying that like Palestine should be cleansed and they should kill them all and whatever. And I'm like, okay, I guess to be fair, his contract was terminated, but it wasn't terminated because the club had a problem with it. It was terminated because the fans had a problem with it and were loud enough to make it known that they wouldn't let it slide. But it's just shocking. Like you have players literally just saying like praying for Palestine, hoping for a ceasefire, like let humanity reign sort of thing, and then it's just like, yeah, well, you're gonna have to go because you're anti-Semitic. I just, I mean, I yeah, it's interesting to me too, though too, because I think like I have many thoughts on all of this stuff. But it is interesting to me though too, because I feel like this is, I think there is an increasing disconnect between the narrative that, let's say, the people who control the narratives and who decide what is acceptable speech and what isn't an acceptable action and isn't. I think they're having a more and more difficult time keeping a keeping a hold on top of, or keeping a hold of the narratives and like keeping things within the frames that they want them in. Because I feel like you see that there's lots of double standards, and the double standards are so obvious. Like only one group, and I'm not doing the Jews thing. I'm specifically Israel. Israel is clearly the beneficiary of ridiculous double standards in virtually every instance in which they are a party. And yet, I think though that that is actually becoming more and more detrimental and problematic to the people who are trying to control these narratives, because it's just becoming, like so many of these circumstances, these narratives are becoming just so impossible. Good chance for Freiburg there, just becoming impossible to maintain. Like when you have, for example, too, because it's like I know a lot of people probably don't read Israeli media in Hebrew. Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I get a little carried away. I appreciate that. But yeah, people are noticing, and it's becoming more difficult for them to sell these narratives and have people accept it. And I'll just tie that back to like football though, because I think it sort of does tie back to like German football culture generally, and also like for example teams like San Francisco City FC, because like I feel like a big antidote to that sort of thing is connection and community and things like that, because it's a lot harder to have narratives, whether about war or football, imposed on us when we gather as groups, and when we build communities around these things, because then they can't just feed these messages into us individually. Yes, exactly. Exactly. I was surprised and genuinely impressed how big the pushback was from English fans. They've kind of let so much get go, so much slip away, and they've given up so much control of their football, and also kind of had it taken away by tight security controls. So I was really surprised that like there was a hill that they would die on, and I think it was super important that the English fans in particular resisted the Super League, because that was the biggest contingent. And like I think if you had been able to get a Super League with the Premier League clubs, Juventus, Barca, Real Madrid, like that would have started to be so much traction that it might have been difficult. Like I don't think the German fans would have let the German clubs join, but it would have been a lot of pressure if all the other big clubs in Europe were doing it. Yeah, I think you're right. And it is interesting too, because that did seem to be the thing that they really zeroed in on. They're like, one thing for some of these clubs to have like $100 gazillion and be light years ahead of everyone else, but it's another thing for them to not even have to like earn their place anymore. And not to go in on Manchester United again, my favorite whipping boys at the moment. But I think they're a perfect example. Like Manchester United, even with all their money and power and everything, like they probably won't be, but like they're flirting with relegation territory. They last season, like they were lucky that there was really no one coming up from the championship that could challenge them in their weakened state. But I mean, it's not really looking good so far this year either. And I'm like, if you have a Super League, Manchester United can focus just on pure corporatism. They don't even really have to care about being good on the field anymore, because even if they finish low in the standings, they could just be like, oh, well, I mean, we're competing with Real Madrid and Barcelona, and there's so much money, it doesn't matter. But as long as they're in the Premier League and they could be relegated, they actually have to care at least a little bit about what's happening on the field. That's some. Whoa. Oh, what a good ball. Got loose and so much space on that right side. No one tracking him at the back post there. It's like quite the rave in the traveling Freiburg block there at the top of the screen in the corner. Yeah, no kidding, eh? And I mean, you absolutely know that you would see that right away if you had like a Super League. I mean, especially if they had that sort of structure, because it's like, it really is. It's a wild thing in North American sport that is like, if you're not going to make the playoffs, you're better off getting to as down to the bottom of the table as you possibly can. And given that I imagine the Super League would probably follow a similar model where like it wouldn't really be about like it wouldn't be about culture and competition so much as it would be about creating the most marketable product. So I imagine that they would also probably include a structure, if there's no relegation, they'd probably be like, okay, well, the bottom 5 teams get, extra money or whatever. Have like sort of the flip the prize money on its head, so the worse you finish, the more money you get, so that you can be more competitive the next season. And it's, man, thinking about it, that's really kind of cynical. Because it really creates totally different incentives than if you have relegation. And that's also true. It is interesting to me because like you see so much in football, how much pressure is already being put on young kids, and a lot of them are starting to like burn out and start to pick up recurring injuries in like their early 20s, sometimes even like in their late teens. And it's insane. Like I already had like what, a 15-year-old playing for Arsenal the other day in the Premier League. Liverpool got their winner against Newcastle from a 16-year-old. And like that's really cool in a sense. Like it's cool to see, that these kids can compete at that level, but I'm kind of like, how many of these players that are coming in at 15, 16, full 40, 50 game a year starters by like 18, 20, are any of them going to make it to 30 anymore? I already feel like it used to be that the prime age for players was, depending on the position, like usually sort of like 27 to 31, the peak of sort of physical performance, and then the sort of peak of experience before the physical performance goes away. And now I feel like it's like 25 to 28. And after that, players are just so burnt. That would be so good. It really is such an important part of like football culture, and such a thing that distinguishes it from North American sports culture in general, I should say. Like, it's so great to talk to you because like I do really appreciate MLS, the fans of MLS, in a similar way as that like, I appreciate the fans of pretty much any league. The better the fans, the more I appreciate a league, no matter what the level of talent. Um, but it's good to get some context from you about the like MLS and the way that it's been received. Alone again. Here's a chance. Ah, good luck. It's good to know that, like, for example, like the Apple TV thing was really not helpful to the fans or the league per se. At least not from a fan culture point of view. Cologne's starting pretty good here. Block. Man, having watched Cologne's opener last week, definitely a lot more energy in this game against Freiburg. Very, very close affair between Cologne. I think it was Mainz. Man, I feel like I should remember all the games because I've watched them all, but then I remember that watching like 15 hours of soccer, 16 hours of soccer a weekend, it does start to blend together a little bit. With the USL moving to promotion and relegation, do you like? I don't really know. I've heard of the USL and I've heard good things about them before, but they're so sort of in the shadow of MLS that I've never really known that much about like the structure and stuff like that. Would that be them splitting the USL into two separate divisions, or would they be pairing with like other leagues to create a structure? Do you know? If you don't, that's cool. But just figure out, pick your brain if you know what's going on. Imagine he probably did dive if he's not really going to defend himself. Oof. Good eye by the ref there. Just gonna take a look what I can find about the USL. Oh, everything I learn about the USL, I'm liking them more and more. Beautiful. That's super cool. And I just pulled up a the USL's announcement. It's super cool that the owners of the clubs voted with for a super majority. Voted in a super majority to approve the restructuring towards promotion and relegation. That they often seem to be the most wary of that because of the economic ramifications of going up and down. They much usually it seems like owners prefer to have a non-relegation because they just like to have the stability of knowing what league they're going to be in every year. So it's good that it makes me think that there are people who understand football running USL, which is probably not something that can really be said beyond the corporate side of it for a lot of other football leagues. What would your thoughts be if in a few years that was really successful and MLS went to USL and said, "Hey, we want to join in on this. We want to make MLS the top tier, and USL will be the second tier, and then we'll have a four-level system." Love that. Are they is San Francisco City are in the same sort of like league structure as USL then? Like they could find their way there without having to switch associations? Question mark. I because like I actually don't have any real idea of how football in the US is structured. Let's see. Corner to Freiburg. Yeah, yeah, I would tend to agree. My only concern would be if USL is really successful, because as far as I'm concerned, this is the best model and certainly the best way to compete. I love to hear that. I love to hear that. Because I would really not like to see that MLS. I mean, for all of the things that I like about the MLS fans and the fan culture around MLS, I have not really seen anything from MLS leadership that suggests to me that they should find their way. That like I think it would probably be again, it would be the co-opting a competitor and trying to bring a more successful model under their umbrella so that they can utilize parts of it that suit them and quietly trim out the aspects of it that don't align with their bigger, more corporate MLS model. It makes me really happy to hear um, that USL is basically showing they don't need them. I think that's really great. I imagine you're right that MLS, at least for the immediate future, uh, won't want to get involved because they won't want to give up their position. Oh, what a goal! What a goal! Wow. God damn, I'm learning so much from you. That's so focused on German and European football that I've missed all these great things going on in North America. Yeah. Oh, and he just got on side too. Perfect timing. What a class finish. Love that. Hey, and it's the former Union Fußballgott, Marius Bülter. Yes. Reminiscent of Gerassi's first goal, but even much better. Which of course brings out the pyro from the Cologne Ultras. Well, can certainly say the keeper probably didn't have a chance. 102 kilometers an hour, 60 miles an hour into the roof of the net from point blank range. On loan from Freiburg, too. good little flick around the corner. This game has definitely got a lot more entertainment value, a lot more going on than Cologne's first game of the season. Oh man, I'm so jealous. I would love to be on that Cologne terrace there with Sud Curva behind the goal. Looks almost South American there. The whole stand bouncing, smoke bombs, flags. Beautiful. Thank you for that. I will that up now so there's no chance of me forgetting it afterwards. And you're like the living embodiment of what I was hoping for in putting this community together. You're exactly the kind of person I was hoping to draw in. You have so much good information and so much of what I want to do, like watching people like Goldbridge um, makes me feel sort of like really protective of German football and I really wanted people to, see what is amazing and special about it and like how it can be such a great example for football and fans and sports and the world. But I'm passionate about that sort of stuff, but I'm also relatively casual. Like I don't live in Germany. I'm not part of a Verein or a ultras group or anything like that. And so a lot of what I wanted to do was to like learn from other people, whether it was German football fans coming in and providing the knowledge and wisdom to that I could then help spread onwards to other fans. But this is almost even better because this is got someone. I mean, obviously you're on the West Coast. I'm in Central Canada, so not exactly in my backyard, but it's so good to hear about things closer to home, and it's really encouraging because like ultimately I would maybe like to move back to Germany and so I can really immerse myself in the culture, but it's a lot more encouraging to hear that there's so many feel good stories, so many good projects in North America, whether it's San Francisco City, whether it's Vermont Green, as you said, or even just the USL and the fact that like they're seem eager to make a football space culture league, that's more in alignment with all the good things that international football leagues, promotion, relegation, a lot more focus from a lot of organizations on the fans and stuff like that. It's super fascinating to have all of this information from you. Oof, painful for both of them. Oh, probably right on the bone of his ankle. That would hurt so bad. Ah, excellent. Beautiful. Got my sub in for Public Access FC. I'll definitely be checking it out. Looks like they got one video about San Francisco City FC, and then I imagine that would be probably the three fan groups: Fault Line Offenders, Northsiders, and Khazar Union. Beautiful. Know what I'm listening to today after the stream? The importance of commas. British Columbian, not British Columbian. Love that. So he's got the best of both worlds. He's got the old world football culture in the British and the Latin American football fire as a Colombian. That is another thing about like football in North America that I do really like is like whereas German football is really rooted in a lot of the sort of like regional, traditional, cultural sort of stuff, like very proud of their state, of their city, going back to Germany's history of being a big collection of little free states and like city states and things like that. And so a lot of like really local, deeply rooted local cultural stuff in the fan scene in Germany. But that's what I love about the North American football fan scene is that you got everyone. Like you have a club like Minnesota FC or whatever in MLS that's like they have like a German cultural connection because of like their connection through the military and Kaiserslautern in Germany and stuff like that. We had Chivas USA, which obviously the tie to the Chivas Mexico, and then that became the core of the fans of LAFC. Toronto FC had Caribbean, South Asian, Western European, like all of the different cultural influences through their fan groups, and it almost creates something even like German football for me, but is my bread and butter. But I really love how football in North America has brought together everyone, the best of everyone. You get the best of Latin American football culture, you get the best of European football culture, you get what good there is to be mined from North American sports culture. Public Access FC might be another good if I did want to reach out in that direction. Looks like there'd be another good group to maybe reach out to. They have 11 times as many subscribers as me. But still a very reasonable amount, probably a little more open to chatting. Oops. Into stoppage time here in the first half. That's a really good question. I've kind of thought about that because I thought about that in the context of like when Valor FC was founded here in Winnipeg. And especially when I saw how sparse the turnouts were, and again, like we have a supporters group. They have like their trench end or whatever. But I did think a lot about that because I was kind of like, well, there's so much potential in football and football fan culture that Valor is not tapping into at all. Like, what would I do if I could like? Because I was like, my dream job would be to get on as like a fan advisor to the club and try and like show them what they need to do to really tap into all of the benefits of football. If I had a club, I'd probably try and sort of go on the model of LAFC, which is depending on the exact circumstances of it. I would, even if I kind of had to artificially create it, I would be not really astroturfing ideally, but like Whereas in Germany, a lot of the fan groups are very independent. They form independently, they act independently, they fund independently. Oh, trouble for Cologne. Indecisive. Little touch. Oh, got away there. Um, if I was a club and I wanted to cultivate that, I would basically like reach out to like put out an open call to anyone who would want to be a part of or form or lead fan groups or whatever. And then I would take like all of the marketing and advertising budget that the club had and I would put it into empowering fan groups to like whether that is making like maybe like ticket deals if so like if a fan group wants to like set up a their own curva their own end like the trench and for valor or whatever like create a deal for them whereby like where they get like reduced ticket prices for their group, um maybe offer funds for things like tifos and choreos and stuff like that. Because I think the biggest selling point for me, and like I don't know, maybe I'm out of touch with how people like their sports, but the biggest selling point to me is always the atmosphere. I like basically regardless of the sport, I would really emphasize the atmosphere, and because I think that's also too like that's what naturally diaspora communities bring from their own experiences of football. And but I think it's tough because if you have like a new team and or in a new league, it can maybe feel a little bit daunting for fans to really take ownership, and like take their stand that's going to be theirs for the next 100 years for their fan group or whatever. It can be a lot, when you're starting out for fans, for example, to like be able to fund like a tifo or a choreo or whatever. But like, I think if I had a club and I wanted to do that, I would probably literally hire my most like the club's most committed fans and be like, your full-time job is building fan culture here. Like, tell us what you need. We'll get you what you need to put up tifos, choreos. Like, we'll give you space to make them and paint them. Like, we'll help you, customize the stadium and your stands and stuff like that to just really like basically just to empower the fans because I think that's really the main thing is I think especially in North American sports fans don't really feel that much like they have a place or a right or the resources to make a club or a stadium their own. And so that would be what I would lean into. I'd be like, anyone who's really passionate and wants to help build the culture, build the club, bring in whatever influences, like you're from Argentina, bring in that Argentina energy into the fan base. You're from Germany, like, form an ultras group. I mean, it is tough because, like, I imagine that there's a lot of sort of counter currents that would push back against running a club in that way. But I feel like these sorts of like clubs always end up with money people running them, and money people don't really understand most of the time. It seems like don't really understand what it is that draws people to sports. They're just like, we have to make it as broadly, blandly desirable as possible, so that we can kind of hit every possible demographic as well as we can. And instead, that often ends up again as like lowest common denominator, and then people stay away because it's not controversial. It's like it's not a scary place to go with like flares and smoke and screaming ultras or whatever. But it's also not really fun. It's just kind of sitting there and watching sports happen for 2 hours and then going home. And I think people are really looking for community and involvement and something that they can really get their claws into and have a stake in. And so that's what I would do is I would really try and bring the fans into it as much as possible and basically let them take it where they want to, but resource them as well as I can. I'm so excited. That's gonna be those those videos are gonna be my that's about 2 hours worth of episodes. That's good. That'll be my washing the dishes accompaniment after the football is over today. Sometimes I wonder too because like again, being sort of in the online football space, like so many people are into and caught up with like the with like transfers and like big money moves and like also like results and stuff like that, and all of that is fair. I'm not saying anything bad about anyone who cares about that aspects of it, but it does make me sometimes wonder. I'm like, am I a little bit out to lunch? Like, am I barking up the wrong tree here by trying to build something around atmosphere, rivalry, derbies, culture, to the exclusion more of a lot of the stuff that people gravitate towards, like the transfers, the big star players, the big clubs, the big competitions. Um, so I guess I'll find out. I'll find out whether atmosphere is what's most important to people, or whether it's the more sort of usual football topics. I don't have a very wide circle, so it's not really easy for me to take the temperature of pretty much anything, honestly. But I guess in a sense it doesn't matter either, because to me, atmosphere and culture and tradition are the things that are important about it. And if other people don't agree, if I don't get that many people that are interested, then that's fine. It's not it's not about creating any sort of like artificial um no, I don't want to yeah, yeah, I think you're right. Especially too because again, like I mean lots of people have got that covered. Everywhere I look on YouTube, that's what people have got covered. The transfer news. There's some really good tactical stuff, but it's still pretty, specific and niche. I'm hoping that there is an undercurrent of like real desire for community and meaning underneath all of it, and that once I can get the word out a little bit more and build some momentum, I'm hoping there's enough people that this is something that can have some longevity. It's a little bit tough too because like ultimately like I would love for this to be my job, as it were, some time down the road. It's obviously still such early days that it's quite a ways down the road, but like because this is really both a passion project but also something that is really like important to me on a like personal soulful kind of level. Like this isn't just a job or something I'm trying to do to like turn into a business or whatever. um did think a lot about like if I mean again I'm a long way from making any money off of this because I only have 3 subscribers and you're pretty much the only one who's stopped in to talk to me so far. But like I spent the summer working on this project. I wanted to be really sure that I knew where I wanted to go with it, so that when I did start and I did get on stream, there was no confusion for myself or for others, and there was no getting distracted, as it were. Like I didn't want to just be like, well, whatever people want from me. Oh, people want to talk transfers, I'll talk transfers. Like even if this project isn't successful, like even if I can only do it for like a year and then run out of resources or whatever, I still think it's important for me to just do it the way I want to do it and to focus on the atmosphere and the culture and the tradition. And if that's just not, something that people care enough about to support it in the long run, then that's perfectly fine. I'll have had my fun and done my part, and I'm sure it'll lead me wherever I'm supposed to go next. Um, but like if this ever does become anything, if I can get a foothold in, I already basically sort of mentally committed to myself that like because my first stretch goal, as it were, I mean I'm at 3 subscribers as far as I know. I haven't checked today yet, but my stretch goal is kind of to first one was to reach 1,000 subscribers on here. And the reason I want to reach 1,000 subscribers is because I want to turn the ads off. And it's not to say like, oh, I have something special and I'm, everyone else is just in it for the money or whatever. Like, don't, not at all. I understand that like everyone who's on here creating on YouTube and like talking about football or whatever, like people have got bills to pay. People have to do, you know, whatever they need to do to not be homeless and to be able to eat. And but it's just like I just don't think I could do it. And so when I was thinking of how I wanted to like what I wanted this project to be and like what parameters I want to put on it for myself to make sure that I stayed focused on why I was here. The idea was like if it becomes successful, I would like to start I'd actually basically like to turn it into like a digital club, like a digital Verein in the German sense. Um, I was thinking of having like $1 memberships, like $1 plus if people wanted to support more they could, but like $1 membership, almost more symbolic than like as an actual like you have to pay me for content sort of idea. Because like I don't want to be a business and I don't want to be selling people football content and I don't want to be putting things behind paywalls. And so the thought that I had was like a $1 $1 and up if you know people can voluntarily give more, but like a minimum $1 membership, one tier only, not like $1 and you get in, but that if you give me more, you get this and this and this. Just $1. And the main perk, if as far as perks go, was going to be like I'd like to set up a Discord so that any community that forms here kind of has its own 24/7 home, you know, where people can gather and meet and talk and discuss and make friends and you know keep the community going outside of when I'm streaming. Oh, get away from me again. And also not keep it, man. I'm not keeping up with anything. But yeah, because like I want 1,000 subscribers someday so that I can turn the ads off as opposed to monetizing my videos. I want to demonetize them as it were. And that was that's kind of my first long goal is 1,000 subscribers so I can do that, but it's barely even worth marketing yet as definitely a long way from 3 to 1,000. But that's kind of the you know the dream of where I'm headed is to get to 1,000 so I can turn the ads off my videos, and then maybe if I'm at 1,000 subscribers, I can soft launch the $1 model. But even with that, like with the sort of like digital club idea, I kind of wanted to do almost sort of like a reverse 50+1. I would do like a 50+1, except that this is a one-man project. So for my own ability to actually make this a long-term thing, I feel like I would be the one who needs to have the +1 vote. Because I can't entirely turn over everything to the community because, you know, as the person who does the streams and stuff like that, it does have to still fit my life. But I would love to diffuse power to the community if I'm able to gather a community around me. Thank you. That I do really appreciate that. It means a lot to hear that because like it can be a little bit scary to you know because it's not really how things are done and it's also not really how things are promoted. Like it's it's not you don't have a lot of structural advantages if you're not trying to play the game in the usual way from what I'm finding out so far. Um, and like it's tough because like I'm lucky like my partner has a good job and she's able to support me right now while I see what I can do with this. But like I mean there is only so long that you can go without turning it into something at least a little bit financially viable. And like it does pain me because like ideally I would really love to just do it and like never charge anything for anything. Um so that's why, you know, ideal or ultimately if I do, you know, create some sort of membership program or something, like I don't want to put up paywalls. I just, you know, just maybe to create like a little minimum barrier it's more of like a symbolic investment than like an actual price to pay. Um, but it can be a little bit worrying in a world that's so driven by money and clicks. And also, I mean, to be fair to all the other creators, like a need for that. Like, if you're going to be making your money from YouTube advertising or sponsorships with like Manscaped or what have um, like there are necessities that creates. Like you have to get the clicks, you have to get the reach, you have to get the views, you have to create talking points and whatever to get yourself out in front of people. But it just feels so antithetical to like the whole reason that I'm doing this project. And so I hope I could find a way to make it sustainable, but I just kind of acting on faith. The opportunity came up. I have basically a year to see what I can make of this. And it really was. I think I mentioned this last time you were here. It really was like watching Goldbridge streams and seeing the people who would come in to the streams and say things like I don't know, like my father died this weekend. Having this community, having this space has really helped me get through these hard times. Or like people, the other side of people being like, we've watched for years and now we just had our first kid and we just wanted to share that our good news with the community or whatever. And like that's why I started this channel. And that's why I chose the format of like super long marathon streams on the weekend, is because and also too because like I've never really had many friends that have been into football, and so like I've always just kind of watched games by myself, sort of stayed at the periphery, just kind of observed from the outside. And I've always really wanted like a football community. I wanted people to watch football with and to talk about, to learn from other people and stuff like that. And so it's just kind of like the opportunity arose and I was like, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna see if I can build a community. I want to create a space almost in a sense almost independent of me. Like I would love to create a space where if I had to be like, if I was on stream and I suddenly like got a call and I had to go, I could just be like, well, I'm just gonna leave the stream running and like you can just keep chatting amongst yourselves in the chat, like keep the conversation going, and I'll be back as soon as I can. But I'll leave the stream running for all of you, and you have a good time. That's the kind of vibe I'm going for. I just want to hold space for a community, basically. Like it doesn't have to be. It's not really about me. I'm not a special football expert. I'm probably not as entertaining as Goldbridge is. So it's more that like I don't think a lot of people really have the time and resources to do a project like this where you can really just sit in front of a computer for 8 hours straight holding space for watch-alongs and community. And like maybe it's something people don't really want. I don't know if it is or not, but just something I was passionate about. Got the opportunity. I've got a year to see what I can do with it, and I really hope that I really hope to find a whole bunch of other people like you, Oro. I literally couldn't have asked for a better first viewer. I feel like you're the perfect embodiment of exactly the kind of people that I hope to attract to this project and to this community. And I mean, honest to God, even if I do this for a year and I don't have another person, stop in and talk to me, I will appreciate having done this, to have got to be introduced to you and for all of the information you've given me, all the perspective you've shared. Like I feel like this has already been a reward in and of itself. And like if nothing ever comes of it, I'll still be happy to have done this. Gotta make sure I'm closer attention this time, or we're gonna run well into the second half before I remember to put the timer on. That's probably something I should invest in if I do ever get any money coming in, is an automated timer and clock. I'm far too easily distractible to be running that myself. Well, I very much appreciate you too, and it's good. I mean, I, it's good for me, I guess, that there's not really a lot going on in English, but I'm glad that you were able to find me so easily with that. I'm hoping like I again being a one-man project, as much as I have my qualms about AI and LLMs and whatever, I did a lot of strategizing and stuff with ChatGPT, like asking questions about different spaces like football Reddit and stuff like that. And also like how YouTube works and how to make yourself discoverable and whatever. And it was actually it was a bit of a downer when I first looked into it because it was basically like, yeah, YouTube isn't going to show you to anyone. You're gonna have to build a viewer base off of like direct links. You're gonna have to get people to come directly to your channel because YouTube isn't gonna help you when it comes to people finding you. So it is good to hear though that you were actually able to find me by just searching FC St. Pauli and clicking live. That is super helpful, and it's actually honestly that is probably even more helpful than you might think because I'm still kind of working on figuring out um, what actually works for drawing people. Like what I can do to get YouTube on my side because like yeah, I mean I guess probably as much as the soul of this project, like I love to do matches like this, Cologne and Freiburg, because to me this is the real heart of German football. But I probably should lean into the Dortmund and Bayern and the bigger club angle a little bit. Probably wasn't a bad idea, for example, today to make Dortmund Union the putting Dortmund right up front in my title. It's actually been really helpful too with the way that the season is structured. Oh, I did again. I forgot about the timer. It's really helpful the way that like the football schedule is structured because getting to have a couple weeks here to just kind of right off the start, and it's the former Union man again, the Fußball Gott, as the Unioners would call him. Yeah, that's fair. That's a good yeah, I don't want to get too far away from my core. It's gonna work because it was meant to work, or it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work because I just sell Bayern all day. Wow, this is I think we might be able to identify a bit of a problem in Freiburg's defensive strategy here. They are not covering those players making the runs at the back post. But, we'll take it. Even in a match like this, like I'm very fond of both of these teams. These are probably like my favorite teams outside of Union these days. But my tiebreaker and who to support in a match like this is generally I like to support the home team because more fans there in the stadium will get to revel in the fun and the joy and the moment of the like experiencing the game and experiencing the things, the goals, the joy, the atmosphere. So I will I'll throw my hat in with Cologne today because they've got because they're at their own stadium. Oh god. I just love the scenes behind the goal there. A lot of I bet there's a lot of extra adrenaline in that's in the Cologne stand there. Oh, interesting. I was excited for this matchup because, especially with Freiburg losing one or two key players in the offseason, they're probably not quite as uh, potent as they were last year. I imagine Freiburg will be less likely to be up near the European spots this season, especially because they are in Europe and so they're going to have extra games to stretch their roster. But I was looking forward to this one because I figured that this would probably be a much more competitive game than some of the ones we've seen so far. Or maybe competitive isn't the right word because a lot of the games, with maybe the exception of Bayern against Leipzig, have been very competitive, but this one feels a lot more open. Um, More back and forth, more energy, less the teams just sort of trying to control things. And I would have given the edge to Freiburg before kickoff, so it's probably all the better that Cologne are the ones getting the goals, because if there was the team that could probably, at least on paper, be more likely to push back and be able to sort of like up the offensive tempo, I would imagine of these two, it's probably Freiburg. Although never really that known for their goal scoring. Commentators talking about the German Cup draw. See where teams ended up in the second round of the cup. Then Pally got a home draw. Yeah, I agree with you. Um, they're really oh, they had a little bit there on the giveaway. Oof. This game definitely makes me feel a lot more confident about Cologne's ability to stay up. think you're still pretty right about that, though. They seems like even when Cologne do get stretched, like when they turn it over and Freiburg are able to transition quickly, whatever players Cologne have back in defense seem to generally have a good sense of what they're supposed to be doing. Little bit of last ditch defending in there, but they generally seem to have a pretty good idea. Like even defending odd man breaks and stuff like that. The Cologne defense looks very well organized, and being able to get a few goals like last season last season in Bundesliga, they did look pretty good, but they just couldn't get goals to save their lives. And now, look at them go. Not sure what's going on the sideline there. Wow. Man, Marius Bluter, quite the lethal setup man from that left side for Cologne. That is one weird celebration. Oof. Yeah, I've had that happen to me a couple times this weekend watching the games. Just like I think it actually literally had exactly that happen. I was looking how far it was between two cities or between Marseille and Lyon for the sort of the later game that would have just actually kicked off. And like just as I went and looked at my map, oh, there's the goal. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see was when the camera pans back to the left, what the energy in the guest block for the Freiburg fans is, because ultras are usually good for keeping the vibe up no matter what, but this is can't be a whole lot of fun for them. Pretty far trip too. Maybe nice at least if maybe the Freiburg fans could take like a Rhine cruise or something, make it a little bit of a nicer trip back down to the southern border. Yeah. Go all the way from Cologne to, well, I mean, Freiburg isn't on the Rhine, but as you probably know, having looked at the map, like not far from the Rhine. So that would probably be a little bit funner than a trip back. That's amazing. I'm gonna have to go and find that. Yeah. Hey, actually, maybe while I have you, I can run an idea past you because a thought that I had had either as a stream, but more likely as just like a video that I would record and sort of lightly edit and post separately as like a pre-record, was to use the new like Microsoft Flight Simulator game that has like this sort of like 3D modeling of basically the world. I make little videos showing, for example, like Hamburg, the Hamburg Derby would have made it like if I had had the time, I would have made a video showing like using the free cam in Flight Sim to like sort of go to Hamburg and use the free cam to show where the Millantor Stadium is, where the Volksparkstadion is, like, and then give like a little bit of information about the neighborhoods that they're in, like where the lines are drawn in the city, like what the sort of demographics are, and give just sort of take the opportunity to use the geography of the city and the stadiums tell the story of the clubs, the culture, the city, where the and where the battle lines get drawn for the derbies. So if you have any thoughts on that idea, I'd love to hear because like it seems like a cool idea, but it's also one of those things where I'm like I don't know if anyone really wants to follow around on a free cam looking at basically Google Maps while I tell them about the derby. So I'd be interested to hear if that's. Okay, good, good, good. Good to hear that could be something. Another option too would be for like outside of city derbies, um, like Schalke and Dortmund. I think it's about 60 kilometers between the two. So like another idea would be to do like a short little fly along, starting at one of the stadiums and to like do a slow flight to the other stadium and just sort of like that would be one that might be good as like a stream, and then can sort of like chat about the two clubs, the region, the distance between, the commonalities, the differences. Especially too, because like one thing I've really liked watching a few Italian games this season is they seem to be really leaning into like aerial drone footage of the stadiums for the Italian matches. And like in England for the Premier League, they like to do their little like Google Maps 3D view of the stadium or whatever beforehand. And I was like, that's pretty cool. It could probably make something a little more fleshed out, instead of it just being kind of like just shots of the stadium. I was like, that's really cool. It situates the stadium like in the city, in the neighborhood. In the case of a lot of stadiums in Germany, like Frankfurt Stadium is in a forest outside the stadium. That's why it's named by the fans the Forest Stadium. So it really gives it gives you an idea of like where the game is actually being played, what the geography is like, if it's in the city, if it's outside the city, how close it is to rivals, things like that. Yeah, that was kind of the same thing for me too, because I was like, it's probably too niche to attract like a sort of general like geography and travel kind of crowd, but it might be sort of almost too niche the other way to draw like the football crowd. But I'm hoping if I use like Flight Simulator as essentially like the platform, as it were, like just to utilize how well it renders the world in 3D, but really try and lean into like the narrative and like narration of the geography, the history, the like traditions and stuff like that. Again, especially because in Germany, a lot of like football club culture is really tied into like the local identity. And, like not to get a little bit broader and more political again, but I think that's also like that was how one of the reasons I think why German football and like the club culture in Germany helped keep Germany afloat after the war, because like again, coming from German heritage, I'm acutely aware that Germans don't really vibe with nationalism, German nationalism. They're not particularly they are understandably wary of seeming too proud of their country. But I think that's actually created something even more beautiful because, Germans want belonging. They don't want to be stripped of like all heritage and all culture and everything because things went really badly there for a while. And so it's led to like sort of like a hyper regional culturalism because it's like I think Germans feel a lot more comfortable being proud to be from Hesse or, to be from like that Hanseatic cities like Hamburg or Bremen. They have these really strong cultural roots that go back centuries. Oh my god, look at the work there. Damn. Not a fun day if you're a Freiburg fan. It's been a long time since I've seen Cologne do this to anyone. They're looking so good in this game. But yeah, by doing something like that, I would hope that maybe I could really tap into like the regional culture and like if I could get German fans even just a little bit involved to help, like, if I could, like you said, like have some locals talking about the region, it'd be really cool to get some insights from, if I can build a community to get some insights from locals about like how the geography ties into the culture, ties into the history, ties into the club. Yeah, I think you're right again. I really, especially Union Frankfurt, I think would be really excellent because they sort of come from, they have a similar energy, but at totally ends of different ends of the sort of spectrum. Because like Frankfurt are a big club, they're probably going to be Bayern's main competition this season, but they also have not just one of the biggest and most intense ultras and fan scenes in Germany, but like specifically like a more sort of like I mean, I don't want to say anything that would sound disparaging to them, but it does sound like Frankfurt has some of the more hooligan-y kind of ultras in Germany. They definitely still have a rougher attitude and definitely create an extremely intimidating atmosphere. And it's sort of similar to Union, but like Frankfurt are almost like the big version of the Union spirit, living in the financial capital of Germany. You're really onto something though too, because like it is, especially if I drew in the major rivalries as well, because like for to have that contrast, like I feel like there's so much that could be done with Union and Frankfurt, because like um, Berlin is such an interesting dichotomy when you look at the football side of it, because you have Hertha, who are a club that like aspire to be a sort of big, powerful modern club and are kind of failing at it for exactly the reasons you might expect, in that like financial mismanagement by outside investors who don't know anything about the football culture or Hertha's history or anything like that. And then across this Berlin, on the exact far opposite side of it, you have Union in Köpenick, and they are having the success and the clout and the reach and whatever, and they're doing it in completely the opposite way, keeping out outside investment and like keeping it with the fans as much as possible. And then it's interesting because like culturally Berlin is, very international, very, I mean, I think they would admit by their own they themselves would admit very weird. Berlin is a very sort of like culturally anything sort of goes, very generally left wing, but also all over the place. And then Frankfurt, on the other hand, is almost like the de facto capital of Germany because that's where the banks are, the European Central Bank. Like it's very much the financial and economic heart of Germany. And yet, in the financial and economic heart of Germany, their club has some of the least, again, I say this lovingly, but the least civil fan culture, among the least civil fan cultures in Germany. Definitely Frankfurt Ultras and fan groups have a reputation for being loud and fierce and intimidating and making for some scary away mobs. Not again because like as far as I know they don't really do anything actively like harmful. They don't go up and like tear up other people's cities or whatever, but like it's certainly intimidating when 5,000 Frankfurt Ultras do a hour-long fan march through the opposing team's city to the stadium. So it would be really interesting, and that also gives me the idea that it would be really interesting also to contrast the football cultures of cities versus the general cultural image, because I was always sort of wary of Eintracht Frankfurt because I assumed that they would be like a Frankfurt club, that Frankfurt's the banking city of Germany. I assumed they wouldn't have great fan culture, that it would be just, kind of like mini Bayern. It would be all about sponsorships and banks and whatever. And I'm sure to a certain extent the club is probably like that. But the fan culture in Frankfurt is amazing. It's never wanting for atmosphere in Frankfurt. Leverkusen's an interesting one too because they make up part of the sort of like the Rhine triad, the three teams sort of around Cologne, Cologne and the suburban team from like Borussia Mönchengladbach. Gladbach is essentially a suburb of Cologne, and then Leverkusen is basically just another suburb, almost kind of like a suburb of Gladbach. So that's another place where you get that sort of interesting, like you have Gladbach, who are our club, who are traditionally the largest of the three and the most successful. Then you have Cologne, who arguably have the most heart, and then you have Leverkusen, who are now the most successful, but have the least heart. That's very good to hear. Thanks for the vote of confidence on that. It's going to require a bunch more technical work, but especially because again, like I'm doing everything myself, like all the overlays and everything I built myself, but without really knowing how to do any of it 2 or 3 weeks ago. Just looking at like tutorials and stuff, so I kind of have to build this project within the time and resources that I have, and probably need to think a little bit more through like how I'd want to do this. Otherwise, it will probably end up just coming across a little bit sloppy. But I'm glad that to have a bit of an upvote on that because that was an idea I really liked. And like you said, you spend time on Google Maps getting a sense of the place and the stadiums and the area and stuff like that. And that's something that I do too, especially because like I like to watch football from all across Europe, and I'd love to watch South American football, but like the way my life schedule works, it's actually much more convenient for me to watch football through the middle of the day from Europe than it is to watch the late kickoffs from my own time zones. Like usually too late in South America, and MLS and stuff like that, I don't have a lot of time to watch sports in the evening. It's actually really convenient for me to watch sports in the middle of the afternoon. Um, but every time I'm able to watch like um, any other leagues, any other teams, I'm in Google Maps. I'm seeing where the cities are, what the local other teams that are in the region are. You know, if it's a team with another team in their city, you know, how far apart the stadiums are and stuff like that. So I do hope that if I can get that going, that might capture the imagination a bit and really help. Because a part again of the issue of, as we kind of talked about, yeah, yeah, I'm really surprised at how, you know, I'd say it sounds mean to say, but kind of honestly woeful Freiburg has been. Um, they were so good last year. I'll have to go back and see how much of a hit their roster took, because like I know that Ritzadoan has been a major offensive threat for Freiburg the last few years, but like it, I still see they have a lot of their key players like Grifo and Gunter and stuff like that. Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah, I got what you mean. Probably had a little chat during a break and play, and we're like, man, this sucks. Let's get out of here. We'll just headbutt each other and see if we can get an early shower. I'm surprised that Freiburg had started so slowly, especially because like, although I guess I think they have a new coach this season too. I don't know if he got was last season or this season. I think their coach left at the end of last year. Okay, so it is. I wasn't sure because Freiburg had the same manager for something like 15 years. And I couldn't remember if he had retired at the end of last season or the end of the season before. But I guess it's the end of season before. Because as I say, if it was this is the first few games under Julian Schuster, then it'd maybe be a little bit more understandable why they're so out of sorts. But they still have most of their core leadership group, and they still have like the same managers last time that got them into the Europa League, and a lot of the same core like leaders and the same core talent group, but they're just and Cologne too don't really have like it's not like they were doing like world class business and it just really, you know, stunning everyone with all of these amazing talents they brought in. They're just outplaying Freiburg something fierce in this game. And the only way out for the Freiburg players is to headbutt each other. Wow, incredible timing. I just turned on the Olympico in France, Marseille and Lyon, and as soon as I turn it on, Lyon scored. Although it actually looks like it's going to be taken away for offside. Yeah, that's actually it's a kind of a cool feature in flight sim that could be really helpful to me is now when you go to the pause menu when you're in flight, you can just sort of like activate a free cam and you have good, you know, couple square kilometers or whatever that you can just kind of um take the camera wherever you want, like a drone cam, with your plane just kind of paused. And so I was actually thinking that is like to do, for example, if I wanted to do, like let's just say as an example, one for Der Klassiker, and say it was in Dortmund, do like a flight from, wow, just everything going off in the Olympico, and Leon's goal was taken away, but now Marseille have had a player sent off with a straight red instead. But anyway, I was thinking of like, so if I do something like Bayern Dortmund, could do a flight from Munich to Dortmund. Wow, Cologne are just killing them in this game. But anyway, sorry, I'll finish that thought before we come back to the goal. um, if I'm going from like say Munich to Dortmund, try and plan out a route to hit like every club, every stadium, whatever, every city that has a team basically along the way, and just do like a brief little like, for over like, I mean, Augsburg's a little bit out of the way, but like Frankfurt would be sort of along the way. Like just do like a little, have the route take it to Frankfurt, go to the free cam, take a look at the city, take a look at the stadium, go back to the flight, continue on, passing MAINZ down the river, go to free cam, take a look at the stadium, take a look at the city, continue down the Rhine in the direction of Dortmund, passing all of the like Koblenz, Cologne, Gladbach, Leverkusen, Dusseldorf, and just do like a little stopover at each one, give a little quick description of the club. And just so yeah, like exactly like you say, like get as much of it in as you can, like but note the smaller teams and stuff like that. Gotta say too, some world class finishing from these Cologne players. I'm like, having been watching a lot of football at the start of the season. That's awesome. That's so good to hear. That's so encouraging. Very, very encouraging. And I'm glad too, because that was sort of the most hopeful idea to me of like the first thing that came to mind of sort of additional content that I could do. I would still focus on me like, telling stories and sharing information and sort of having that live energy, but without having to do lots of production work. Because like I would love to be able to make like really high production, glossy videos sharing all of this information. But again, being a one man show. Oh, well, certainly no celebrations for the Freiburg players. That just kind of found its way in, didn't it? Well, I mean, I guess it was a well executed corner, but I don't think that's going to do much for them. It's also funny that you should mention like passing over the relevant League Two cities because yeah, I mean we've seen there's been lots of late drama in Germany so far this season between the cup and the there's protest banner in Lyon, or I think actually memorial banner, but my French is even worse than my German. It certainly got the at the very least the Freiburg fans seem to be happy to have got some consolation. Has some flares left to burn at this point, I guess. My original concept was actually that for Flight Sim was that I was going to pick like a major derby in Europe every week. And actually the first one was going to be the Hamburg derby. Um, and then just to and like basically do exactly that, fly to the city, switch to the free cam, show the city, show the neighborhood, show the stadiums, and then give like a description of the culture, the fans, the rivalry, the teams, the history, all that stuff. And then like each week pick a derby, and so then like Um, I think the next one that's coming up after the international break that I had picked out is like the derby. What is it? Derby d'Italia in Italy, Inter and Juventus. So then, like the next flight would be from Hamburg to Torino as the site of that derby, and again, like on the flight, give histories of the club, stories about the derby, um, and then also like you pointed out, like sort of like making a route where I can pick out a bunch of little stories along the way, different clubs and stadiums and cities that would be between Hamburg and Torino, which would actually be a ton. I'd be passing through like pretty much the heartland of German football. I could probably hit 25 clubs between Hamburg and Freiburg. That's before even getting into Italy. But that was sort of a thought, was to do like a derby flight each week. Ending in whatever seems to be the biggest derby of the weekend that weekend, especially if it's, geographically makes sense. You are full of good ideas. I love that because that was also like I had thought like I wasn't sure how to go about doing it, but I really wanted to bring beer into this project because it's obviously such a quintessentially German thing. And it also, as you say, it does say a lot about a region. And it's interesting because there's a lot of ties to football through the beer as well. Like when I was researching a little bit into that, like Union Berlin, for example, have had a partnership with Berliner beer for something like 25 years. And that seems like, on a surface level, that would be something that the fans would be into, like a local brewery from Berlin, be like a long-term partnership as opposed to like, just something quick and convenient or whatever. But it is funny because it sounds like there were actually quite a lot of Union Berlin fans who didn't enjoy that because they felt that Berliner was too big and too corporate. And so there was actually a movement, from what I understand, of Union Berlin fans to basically like micro promote local microbreweries, and like they would sell beers like outside the stadium, and essentially boycott the beer inside the stadium because they're like, yeah, Berliner is good and all, but like this is still, it's not the sort of as community as if we are supporting our own little microbreweries. So there's even like stuff like that tied up in it as well. And it is interesting because like one of the beers that's most readily available here in Winnipeg in Canada is Vorsteiner from Vorstein, and that's actually the local beer from where my mom was born. I mean, of course, in Germany there's like 50,000 breweries or whatever, so I'm sure there's some microbreweries that are marginally closer to where she was born, but when she was, a young woman or whatever, Vorstein was close enough that they would literally go to the brewery itself and get like crates of beer. And so it's really cool. I mean, and so it's interesting because like, so it's big enough that it's a beer that finds its way onto the shelves in Canada, but it's also still local, and like where it is, even for being a big beer, it's still like the local beer. But then you get also like the beer politics and all that stuff. Yeah. So I really like that recommendation. I will definitely have to remember that because I had thought of beer in the context of these projects, but I'd never really put it together with the flight sim idea. But I mean, the geography of football, especially in Germany, the geography of football is overlapped with the geography of beer for sure. I think St. Pauli actually had the same thing as well, because like Astra is famously synonymous with St. Pauli, but there was a time, at some point at least, I don't know where they're at now, but there was a point at some point where there was a subgroup of like the St. Pauli fans that had the same sort of idea as Union with Berliner, where they're basically like, yeah, Astra's all well and good, but like they're a big brand. Shouldn't we be supporting, the local microbrews from the Reeperbahn as opposed to, like a really much bigger and more notable beer? So it's even interesting how like within clubs, there's people associated with St. Pauli even like hardcore fans who think that Astra is just awesome and that the long-term association with them is great. And then there's Poly fans that are like, no, this isn't us. They're too big. We want, we want to support our local community, our local breweries, microbreweries and stuff like that. So even not just talking about the beer, but even like the conflicts and politics of regional beer in Germany and how it overlaps with the German game could be a pretty cool angle. I really need an automatic scoreboard. Updating multiple goals at a time. Yeah. And it's funny too with you mentioning like relevant League Two cities because I think it's in late November, early December. There's going to be like the Clasico in Spain, Real Madrid and Barcelona. And so like that would seem probably like if I'm doing this derby tours of Europe, if there's a weekend with the Clasico, it would seem like the obvious destination for that week would be Barcelona or Madrid, depending on where the game is. But that was actually going to be, if I was able to get this project up and running, or if I can before, that time in November or whatever, there's actually there's a big German derby that no one was probably ever heard of that'll be happening the same weekend as the Clasico in Spain. Eintracht Braunschweig will be hosting Hanover, and even for me, someone who's been around German football on and off my whole life, like I'd never really heard of it, but apparently that is like the fire and brimstone derby of Germany. There's no ain't no hatred like Braunschweig and Hanover's hatred. Braunschweig is basically essentially like it's a small town neighbor or suburb of Hanover, which is a much bigger city. And I did some research, but also I was like having a little bit of a chat with ChatGPT to see what it had for me about that derby. And it literally called it like the biggest hate derby in Germany. And so I was like, that would be so on target for me to have this derby series and be like, Clasico weekend, Real Madrid and Barcelona. So obviously we will be flying to Braunschweig for the most hateful derby in Germany. Never a broken record. Don't worry about it. I love to hear all about SF City. I am open to any information you send my way. There's no bad information to me. Um, I do love that. But see, that also makes me want to look into that beer. I mean, I'm sure that it's probably small enough that, wow. I was actually going to say it's probably small enough that it wouldn't find its way to like Manitoba liquor or beer stores or anything like that. But then it occurred to me that actually at the moment we can't buy any American liquor or beer in Canada, from what I understand. Other than I mean, I'm sure all of the big ones got away, Budweiser and Coors and whatever. But ever since the I don't know. I'm just gonna say it feels all very manufactured to me. But I'll say, but since the rising tensions between Canada and the U.S. supposedly, we've had quite the rise of what I would call essentially astroturfed Canadian patriotism. As soon as Trump started making comments about 51st state, suddenly everything in all the stores here has Canadian flags on it and all the signs of proudly made in Canada and blah 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 blah. And like I'm all for supporting like local and like buying from within your own country and whatever. Like I have no problem with that. I think probably the more locally you can get anything, the better. But on account of that, our liquor marts stripped out all of the American all or most of the American alcohol. I think, unfortunately, I think probably the smaller, more sort of artisanal products are the ones that really got hit, because something tells me that you can probably still buy Budweiser at the liquor mart, but they made a really big point of being like, no, we're supporting Canadian and we're gonna get more like other people, but no, too bad, boo America, which is just really sad to me. And it's actually funny because like when I was more into like broad politics, as it were, I was relatively anti-American myself. Well, not anti-American as in anti-Americans, but like anti-American as in feeling it wasn't a very good, wasn't a very friendly neighbor, let's say, to Canada or anyone else in the world. But the more I get to actually interact with Americans, I really love that. I saw that they have the sponsorship deal with the local transit system. I think that's super cool. And I love how they're weaving um all their different like weaving all these things together. You got your community beer with your community sponsor. I'm really excited to look more into SFC. And again, not a broken record. If you ever have anything to say about SF City or any of the things we've talked about, like I'm all ears all the time. I mean, it's funny because like I don't. Gotta turn off the timer for once here. There we go. It's funny because like kind of the more that Canada gives the US the finger, the more it makes you want to be like, no, no, we're being played. Don't get mad at Americans. I mean, you can be mad at Trump or whatever if you want. That I think we should probably be mad at pretty much all of our politicians. And like having been someone who followed politics closely for a long time, both American, international, domestic, whatever. I imagine as someone who lives in the Bay Area, you are probably not super fond of politicians. You don't strike me as the type that would be a Nancy Pelosi fan. Um, and yet the Bay Area somehow unable to get rid of her for like 5 decades or something. But that's the thing to me is that I feel like Canadians and Americans are meant to be turned against each other, and I don't see that there's any reason for Americans and Canadians to not like each other. Um, I can see why Canadians wouldn't like the American government, but it really doesn't feel like it's being framed in that way all that much. Like it really, America is getting lumped in with Americans, and it just doesn't really sit right with me because like pretty much every American I've ever met, like there's things about Americans that having traveled and stuff, people will generally say Americans are quite loud. You can always tell when American is around, sort of vibes. But I'm like, I don't know. For all of Americans' quirks, I've always really enjoyed being around Americans. The few times I've been to the States, I haven't found Americans to be any more objectionable than anyone else. And honestly, they're usually extremely friendly and nice and whatever. So I could probably endorse Canada giving the US government the finger, but I could also probably endorse the American people giving the Canadian government the finger. Solidarity among the people of the Americas and people of the world. No solidarity with the people who keep trying to turn us against each other. There's scenes that you don't really see. Spot on. I could not agree more. I could not agree more. That was actually something over the like again, it doesn't have to go off on a whole political thing or whatever, but like I come from a more leftist background, that's how I found St. Pauli. I was a vegan for a long time, like I probably would have fit in very well in places like Portland and maybe even the Bay Area. And a few years ago when there was like the trucker protests or whatever in Canada, I got kind of exposed to conservative people in a more humanizing way. And suddenly, like, it was exactly like what you said. Like, the first time Trump came into power, I was really like, really, really put off by that and by his supporters or whatever. But all of this is, all these things have really taught me to like stop listening to what other people tell me about people, because I found that like, yeah, there's some, like for example, the mega movement, like there's some really nasty and ignorant people in that movement, but I think they, like you say, they have the right impulse. I think they understand there's a problem, but it's like you say, the propaganda is the problem because they know there's a problem, but they can't really identify the problem. And then so other people point to them like whether, like immigrants are the problem or Democrats are the problem or, whatever it might be. And I'm like, I think the mega people are right to be upset. But like you say, they just, they get led away into the wrong directions. And I feel like it happens to Democrats and liberals as well, is that they, like a lot of liberals, like they do what they do, but, and progressives and stuff, like they want to help people, but it can also then make them vulnerable to propaganda again, and especially propaganda against, conservatives and stuff like that, and like where you might have people that could find common ground. Instead, it's always messaged to focus on the differences. And I mean, divide and conquer has been the oldest strategy in the book forever. And I feel like that's even, again, to lead it away from politics and back to football. I think that's a system that is being used to yeah, yeah, literally. It's I think this is also like, this actually kind of goes back to like really what the core of why I want to do this football project is, because I think people are looking, like, so desperately want community and like common meaning. And so many people get sucked into the political sphere where the partisanship is like so aggressive, and it becomes so like us against them, that exactly that, like liberals want to be an ally so bad they'll vote for a genocide. Like that's exactly the kind of thing that happens, because people can become so so identified with a political movement instead of like any sort of morals or ethics that like underline where that movement might have come from. um like it's the same with some, like, in some labor circles and stuff like that, where people will be sort of so pro labor that they end up endorsing like extremely damaging labor practices, because they basically got tricked into thinking that that was a good thing that would help people because that's how it's presented, but in reality it's actually setting them back. And I think that's such a big problem, is that people want meaning and they want connection, but if it's not rooted in something real, like in really like rooted in ethics or culture or tradition or morals or whatever it might be, depending on, the audience and what the need is and whatever, I feel like it's so easy to lead people away, and just, have get the end up getting them in exactly the opposite position of where they wanted to be to begin with. And that's actually kind of what led me away from politics and to football as well, because like when I first thought about doing like a sort of a media project, as it were, my original thought was to do like a political podcast, um, centered around like community building and labor and stuff like that, and like trying to highlight, um, solidarity across the board and things like that. Um, and then I ended up coming to football because I was like, well, they already have everything that, like German football culture, for example, they're already living everything that I believe in, but it's nonpartisan. Football fans specifically try to shy away from politics, especially in Germany. Like most German football fans seem to generally lean leftist, and most ultra groups tend to have a sort of a very almost overtly anarchist vibe to them, but most of them wouldn't generally identify politically at all, and they wouldn't identify as anarchists. They wouldn't say like this ultras group is an anarchist group or whatever. So they're just living it and being themselves, and they're not putting political, labels on it and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, this is probably a much healthier space to build on, like to build community and stuff like that, than trying to do it in the hyper toxic partisanship of politics. That's interesting. Please always be a nerd. I love nerds. But it's funny because like I'm, again, from my more political times, I'm at least peripherally aware of Allende and Chile, and but I had never heard of that. That is a really interesting thing to have had happen. I'm gonna have to look into that because like again, that seems to be the way that it goes. Is it's kind of like even when you have people like Allende, it's kind of like, well, you can go so far, but not any further. Copper strikes. Yeah. I'm gonna have a whole browser full of tabs open with all of the things I'm gonna be looking up that you've introduced me to here. I'm curious if you are willing to share. Like, I don't want to intrude too much, but I'm curious. I get the idea that you're probably either of Latin American descent or um or at least, I mean, maybe it's just being in California, but like obviously a little bit of Spanish earlier. I'm curious, do you have roots in South America or Central America? Well, yeah, I mean, as a Canadian, I imagine we're probably uh similar sort of vibe. Neighboring Vermont, I imagine it's the same similar sort of thing. We Canadians famous for our apologies, so no worries about that. uh that's yeah, okay, that's fair. Um it's interesting, just something that's interesting. I never really thought about that because I mean that is the sort of thing because like there's it seems like there's a lot of very imprecise language in the United States when it comes to particularly people of any kind of like Latin American heritage. Because like when people talk about immigrants, especially really like ignorant people, I mean, just literally like not judging them or whatever, just people who are literally ignorant of immigrants essentially. It's always like, oh, these Mexicans, and then it's like, well, realistically, it seems like from what I've seen of the demographics, there's more Mexicans leaving the United States than coming, and a lot of the people that are being labeled as like Mexicans are Salvadorans and you know uh, Hondurans and Venezuelans and stuff like that. And it is interesting because like I hadn't really thought of that like because of course there is, yeah, there is such a I imagine a very, very, very rich diversity of like different, I don't know, Latin communities, Latino communities in the United States, but they are probably all, yeah, I guess just kind of end up lumped together. And it's tough too because I mean it's again it's one of those weird things about the United States as well because like I mean California used to be part of Mexico. So that's something I actually kind of always found funny about the whole migrant thing where it'd be like, "Oh, these people coming here to the States." And it's like I understand there's, people have reasons to believe the things that they believe. Which I mean, doesn't that really tell the lie too of like everything that they always publicly say about Venezuela is like, "Oh, we're trying to, wreck their country so that we can help them." Because like if we make their economy collapse, then Maduro will go, and then Guaido or whatever will come in, and the Venezuelans will be saved, and they'll have democracy, and they'll feel great, and whatever. And then it's like, so you're publicly destroying their country to get rid of their leader, but then when they want to leave the country you're destroying, you don't welcome them, you don't give them status, and you ultimately criminalize and deport them, which makes it a little bit harder to buy that narrative of like we're fucking with Venezuela to help the Venezuelan people. I just I mean the contradictions are becoming more and more glaring, I feel like everywhere you look with this sort of stuff. It is actually it occurs to me that that's actually kind of I wonder if that's starting to become a little bit more universal even than it seems, like the idea of having to sort of adopt more generalized homogenous identities instead of, you know, being able to maintain more specific roots. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Just basically one empire taking land from another empire. Yeah, that is a very good point. This is also too because like this is where things start to get like really messy, and I think this is where this where some of these arguments start to really come apart because to basically make almost any of those kinds of arguments is like you have to put artificial parameters. Yeah, 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 exactly, exactly. Because yeah, I mean that's a really good example because it's like, well, yeah, like California, Colorado, New Mexico were part of, they were part of Mexico once, but it's like, well, yeah, they were part of Spanish colonial Mexico, and it's so it's like, where do you draw the line? And it is interesting because these things can also really be used to sort of like bludgeon each other with. Um, but like you can pretty much, no matter what group you look at, like peoples have shared, histories. Like pretty much everyone has experienced the same thing if you go far enough back or if you broaden the net wide enough. Like pretty much every culture and every civilization, particularly the bigger you get, the more likely, like most of them have been both victims and victimizers in their time. And then it becomes just about picking out because like I mean you could even look at as Zionism as an example, the argument being essentially that like the two main arguments seeming to be that like, well, Israel's been around for, almost 100 years now, so like you can't undo the past. But then on the other hand, the other argument is Israel was ours 3,000 years ago, so it's still ours, and it's only ours, and it'll only ever be ours. But then if you were to look at that argument in like any other context, it wouldn't really fly, because then that would basically justify literally all colonialism ever throughout all of history. And so on the one hand, you have like this huge sort of mainstream push of like anti-colonialism, and then you have at the exact same time you have the support of the living embodiment of that exact colonialism. Exactly. And I mean, and it's as again too, as someone of like born in Germany to a German mother, like even some of my dad's roots after a few generations are back in Germany as well. It's a it's something that touches really close to home for me, because like I had relatives that fought in the war on the side of the Nazis. Like I had an uncle who was wounded in Stalingrad and was on the last convoy out of the city before the Russians closed the circle on Stalingrad. And it's like, it's a really difficult thing, because it's like I want to honor my ancestors, but I certainly don't want to honor, you know, the bad things about them. Like, and I don't want to, like I wouldn't want to honor the military service of a relative who fought for the Nazi war machine, for example. But it has created like that situation for Germans as such that like because of like a 15-year period in the like 5,000-year history of Germany, everything has to be filtered through that now. But I'm like, I'm not a Nazi. Like no one in my family are Nazis now, and I don't think any of them ever were. I mean, most of all the ones that fought in the military were just, I don't think any of them were members of the Nazi party. They were basically just conscripts. And so like that was actually something that came up in building this project, because I was like, am I getting too close to like essentially German pride, as it were, because of the celebration of football culture in Germany being a preservation of German culture? Because, but it's like, again, it's like that was like 15 years of German history. But now all of everything German, and like especially anything that has to do with any sort of like pride in place, culture, history, roots, anything like that, it all has to pass through the prism of Nazi Germany to be determined whether the Germans are allowed to have, any pride in themselves or their culture or their history or their people or anything like that. And like, of course, it can be a dangerous thing. Obviously, it would seem that they got a little bit too proud at one point. But I think for example, to deny Germans pride in their non-Nazi history, I think that Nazism has been very thoroughly explored in Germany. It's in the very thoroughly educated and everything in the education system. But to deny them any other cultural legacy other than the Nazis is to create a situation whereby Germans basically then have a choice of like not being proud at all and having no roots, or risking always being branded as like essentially as a Nazi, because it's like, oh, you're a proud German, well then you must be a Nazi. 100% agree again. 100%. And I think that's the thing too, is that like we pick, or like maybe not we, but like specific things are picked. Yeah, yeah, that was the thing that was always a really sort of a bit of like a sort of like cognitive dissonance kind of thing. I was like, why is Germany gets treated so harshly years and years and decades later, when they've probably owned their negative history more than like pretty much any group of people or nation ever? Like I don't hear, for example, like, and it's not to be thrown shade or anything at anyone, or say that anyone has to own up for anything that they didn't personally do or whatever, but like I notice, for example, Japan does not get treated in the same way as Nazi Germany, or as Germany even though Imperial Japan was their closest allies, there's all sorts of, very similar allegations against the Imperial Japanese Army and stuff like that. Yeah. And I mean, like, I know this starts to get into a little bit of edgy territory, but I think it was very important too for certain political goals that Germany had to be made an example of, because there was thing like because America needed to set itself up as like the new global hegemon, and as soon as that war was over, there was such a shift to the Middle East, so Israel became such like an important part of America's global like military and power structure, and so like Germany was like everything was super like Germany was basically dragged through the mud for decades after the war because there was reasons for them to do that. But it's funny how like so many aspects of World War II and that period just kind of got conveniently forgotten or erased, or like because it's like not to like minimize anything that the Nazis did, but like at the same time the Nazis are, and the Germans widely, I should say, specifically Germans widely are condemned for the actions of the Nazis. But Americans are not condemned widely for firebombing basically every city in Germany to dust, as well as also virtually every city in Japan. And I'm like, it's of course like death camps and stuff like that is way beyond the pale. There's no defense of that. But I don't really feel like there's any defense of firebombing every city with a population above 5,000 people across like two continents. And I mean, that's exactly spot on. That's exactly spot on. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like you say, like I can understand why people chant "Death to America" because America has been interfering in everyone else's affairs for over a century now. But that doesn't mean that, just because I can understand the sentiment doesn't mean I would support that either. But it is amazing how many people just like are like, whoa, yeah. I think it's the classic like this is why George Bush's line worked. They hate us because they hate us. And I think a lot of people really don't get beyond that. It's like, oh, they're chanting "Death to America." They must hate all of America. And it's like, even times like when you with Iran, for example, they don't. They will explicitly make clear like this is a symbolic thing. We're not calling for the death of all Americans. Like, this is a political statement about you uh, political and military intervention within our country and our sphere of influence and our region and whatever. But if people don't know that, then it's really easy to just frame it as like, wow, Iran are like, Iran are just violent and hateful, and there's, they have no appreciation of anything, and they just want America to die. And it's like, but if you listened a little bit more closely and you looked into it a little bit more deeply, you would realize that no, that's not it's not really what they're saying at all. But even if it were, it's not in a vacuum. It's not falling out of the sky, as you say. Which actually, again, to sort of bring it back, is again where this project that I'm trying to do here comes in as well, because like I feel like no matter where you look at that, like all these topics we've talked about, I feel like you can sort of pull out a common thread that like all of it is dependent on creating division between people, whether it's between cultures, whether it's between citizens within a country, whether it's between ethnic groups. If we always focused first on what unites us in common cause, in common culture, in common history, and just generally in common as humans, it would be so difficult to both for them to control us and manipulate us, but also too for like things like large scale wars to break out. I I mean I tend to agree again. I tend to agree again. Um I think part of the problem too is it's kind of like what we talked about before with like the astroturfing, the grassroots and stuff like that. I think there's so much power within the sort of like capitalist imperialist system. And because they control the world's money, essentially, anything that runs through their system, they can seize, they can control, they can co-opt, they can make appear or disappear as they see fit. And so I tend to agree that, like, unless we can build alternative structures, as long as we keep funneling everything through their system, they will be able to control it and manage it. And that's also again where the football project comes in, because like German football fans don't identify as anarchists generally, but German fan clubs and ultras groups will generally they will have like equal membership, so it's like, you know, like everyone is equal within the organization. They raise all of their own money, they make their own democratic decisions, they try to stay away from other people's interests and power as much as they can. Like, they don't like to be involved. And this is something I think is really foreign to a lot of people. Like, German football fan groups and ultras, especially the ultras, the fan groups, it's neither here nor there depending on what their particular vibe is. But like, ultras don't generally actually associate with the clubs they represent very often, even in places like Union. Yeah. Yep. Like, man, we were totally on the same wavelength. I I also think that the amount of narrative control. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Separate entities. Um, because independence is so important to them. Because, you know, they don't really. I think a lot of the ultras don't really feel like their values align with the modern, like, iterations of their clubs, and they feel like they're basically the cultural guardians of like what their club really is to them. And the clubs are just increasingly, no matter how good or how bad or whatever, are just increasingly more like, no, this is a business. And like, we love our fans and our culture and our community or whatever to an extent, but it's a business and we have to think of it as a business. And ultras think of it as like, no, we would literally rather see this club die than see you turn it into a corporate shell. And I think that that's the kind of attitude that is not common enough. And I think that's again something you can see, for example, with Manchester United fans, is they're used to success. So the idea of the club maybe having to crash and burn and be relegated to force the owners out and create a situation where the fans could maybe regain even just some element of control, they don't want that because they identify with the success of the club more than they identify with like any morals or ethics or traditions of the club. And so it just creates an opportunity for the owners to just continue doing what they're doing. And as long as they are able to maintain some level of on-field success, the fans won't push back. And it's wild to me because like that would never happen in Germany. There's virtually no club in Germany that would let anything like what happened to Manchester United happen. Like, the ultras would literally die before they would let billionaires come and take their clubs. So it really, like, and I think also too, because of the narrative control, I think people don't understand that there are other options. Because that was something that was for me, like when I was much more political and like sort of like an open anarchist, as it were, even I didn't really properly understand. I kept hearing like philosophy, like sort of political philosophers and stuff talking about like parallel structures and like you have to get outside the capitalist system. And I was kind of like, well, what do you do? How is that even literally? How is that even possible? You know, because they control the money, and money is essentially the control mechanism of everyone. If you don't have money, it becomes virtually impossible to live. But it is interesting because it's exactly in that where you see the solution, because like that's where the parallel structures come in, because the way to survive being cut off from money is to have a community that will support you. You know, like if you were someone who was leading, like, I don't know, leading workers in a strike at Amazon or something like that. If they cut off your money and you don't have the resources to support yourself, then you'll fail and your movement will fail. But if you have a strong community around you, if you have like maybe a strong union supporting you, if you have like a worker support fund through a union or something like that, like suddenly you can resist and you can work outside of the structures. But that's the thing, you look at all over the place. And I feel like one of the major objectives of the people who control the apparatuses of power, let's say, um, the biggest thing that they want to do is they want to sever ties. They want to break up communities. They want to break up families. They want to sever our connection to our roots, which is also, I think, why there are so many situations that create so many migrants and immigrants and refugees and stuff like that, because the more people you can move away from their land and their ancestors and their traditions, the easier they become to control. Because if you, it's a lot harder to resist or you to force people into submission in when they live on the land that their ancestors have lived on for 3,000 years, you know, when they live in a community where everyone knows each other and everyone's family. And like, even like you can see it in the Middle East with there's still a lot of tribal structure in the Middle East, and like there's good things and bad things about that. But the thing about that I've learned from being interested in Middle Eastern cultures is that that tribal structure, like it can be negative when it comes to like intertribal relationships. But I'm like, if Palestine, for example, was not an essentially tribal society, I don't think they would be able to resist in the way that they do. I don't think they would be able to survive what they're surviving. But because Palestine is essentially a population of hundreds and thousands of different tribes and stuff like that, like everyone has a community, everyone has like a big extended family, you know, like so. And I mean, you can, unfortunately you can see it in the headlines where it's like Israel kills 57 members of the same family in one bomb strike or whatever. But I'm like, I don't even know 57 members of my family. Like I have no ties to like my distant relations really. I'm just sort of, I've met some of my German relations. Like when I was a kid, I, you know, knew some of my dad's family out in Western Canada, but like I'm not rooted in a place. I'm not surrounded by, you know, if someone dropped a bomb on me, they wouldn't kill 57 of my relatives. But if, you know, if you have that, then if someone freezes you out of the money economy, but you still have 100 tribe members or relatives or what have you, then it doesn't matter if you don't have money because your people will support you. And that was a big part of what I wanted to do in this project too, and like why I wanted to get the subscribers, like, and turn off the ads and like really focus on if it's gonna be something, if people are gonna arrive and support me and whatever. I wanted it to be people supporting me because they felt what I'm doing is worth the support, not because I'm selling them something. And because I figured too, if I build it in that way, who knows? Like maybe if, I don't know, if we have problems, like if more wars break out or like, pray to God, I'm not summoning this, I'm not wishing for this, but you know, people talk about like a civil war in America, for example. Like if something like that were to happen, a community like this could be a way to, you know, get people help, you know, um, outside of football. Like for me, football is the connector. That's why I chose football. That's why I chose German football, because I feel like it embodies all of the ethics that I feel underpin all of the potential avenues we have to creating a better world. Like one of the sort of one of the taglines that I came up with that I haven't really integrated into this for this channel, like one of the sort of like mottos was football is where we build the world we want to live in. Um, and so like my big hope for this community would be that like we can gather around the football, you know, we can teach each other about fan culture, all the good things, all the best things from around the world. Like again, thank you so much. You've already taught me so much about like some of the best fan cultures in North America. It would seem like I've learned so much about this football, soccer cultures, and the leagues and the teams, and like, and that is exactly what I wanted, was to create a just to create a space, just to hold space for a community to be able to form if it was going to form. and to create something that would be resilient, and just create a place where people really, regardless of you're a fan of this team or that team, whether you're from Italy or Germany or California or Winnipeg, um, to build bridges around the common things we share. And football to me feels like the greatest cultural connector left in the world. Like you can go pretty much anywhere in the world, and there's people that will be into football. Like you could probably find a pub anywhere in the world and go talk football with someone. And I think the key to ending the divisions and the partisanship, or like at least starting to like rein them in, is to start to meet people on common ground. Because so much of society and the media and social media, it's about meeting people in the friction point. It's all about like, especially social media, it's all about like pointing us towards people who we would hate, or ideas that we don't like, because they want the engagement, and so they want conflict. And so much of everything is structured to focus on bringing people together over friction points, and I want to bring us together over the things that we share in common, so that like maybe we have like mega people and Portland leftists in the same chat talking football. And like if we can start with football and we can share a love of football, then maybe we can use that as the thing that irons out some of the kinks when we start talking about more serious issues, and the mega guy and the vegan anarchist from Portland maybe need to start talking about like real serious political issues in the United States. Maybe they, when they get run into tough times, they bring it back to football. It's, I've just kind of going on long-winded rants now, but having this conversation with you is really good too, because it helps me sort of to really vocalize and clarify for myself what's important, especially with now like 2 weeks coming up with the international break. I'm going to spend a lot of time like really trying to get this channel like out there more, build more community, get it more polished and all of those things. And so it's really good to have this conversation with you, to make sure, and to vocalize and to remember like what it was that made me do this to begin with, and like what it is that I really want this to become, so that I don't just, like we sort of talked about, like don't just get like, oh, well, I'm not getting very many followers, maybe I should do transfer videos instead or whatever. And it's also good to have you here, because like, again, the difference between having nobody watching my streams and having one person talking to me makes all the difference to me. I'm like, again, obviously I wouldn't be able to support myself in the future off of one excellent interactive viewer, but if it only ever stayed small and I had to like scale down and get a different job and whatever, but like, and maybe just do like just the Saturdays, like do one stream on Saturdays or whatever, it already feels worth it. And it feels like it would be worth it if it never grows into anything substantial, if it only ever became like 5 people that gather every Saturday to chat about the football. It still feels like it would be worth it, because it's better to do the right thing than to sell out in pursuit of something that wasn't ever the dream anyway. I appreciate that. And that's the thing. Well, it's as long as you're around, I think you will probably be the original original legend of the chat, as Goldbridge might say. I I don't really want to like keep you all afternoon. I imagine you probably have other stuff to do. I've got the Lyon Marseille game on now, but I'm not really addressing anyone other than you, especially because I think you're the only viewer I've really had for like almost an hour. Um, so like if I don't wanna hold you up all afternoon, but I just want to show you or like express my gratitude again. And yes, beautiful. I love that. And just before you go, I'll give you I'll just remind like again, I'll be here every time German football is on. So even like I appreciated you stopping in before, during, after the San Pauli game. Like I can appreciate if it's better for you to watch the games and just sort of like pop in and out before and after and whatever. But like it really, one thing I want to say to you before you go, because like I have this feeling about people sometimes and I just never actually get the words out. I just also want this to be a reminder that like it's amazing how much of an influence you can have on someone. You don't have to do anything particularly grand or special. You don't have to put any money into it, but like having you come and be here with me on these streams makes all the difference. Like I did 6, 7 hours yesterday, and I literally didn't have a single person interact with me. I had, I think, 20 views in 7 hours. So even just having one person makes all the difference. It's so much more fun to do this with you around. I'll be here for all the St. Pauli games, all the Bundesliga. It'll, I might not do any more streaming for 2 weeks because of the international break or whatever. But you are always welcome here, and I'm so grateful that you've been here and we've chatted. It makes me feel good about doing this project and feel confident about doing this project. And it's it's really had a big impact because like you're the only person who stopped to chat with me. Like the other comments that were there when you came in, I don't know if you saw them. Like that was my partner, so you've had a big impact on my life. Again, even if this project doesn't go anywhere, I'll have been glad to have talked to you and to have learned from you and to being able to share the football a little bit. And so I will let you go, but I just wanted to really properly thank you and let you know how much you spending some time with me has meant to me and how big of a difference it has made for me in this project. So thank you. It's actually kind of funny though. The one thing I will say is that like I really don't mind because like I didn't really make the channel to give commentary on the match per se. It really is more to create like a community space to chat about the football and whatever. And like I do totally appreciate that. I got like, totally distracted. I wasn't paying attention to the football at all anymore. So like I hear that. Um, but it's also good practice for me to balance those things because if there's ever going to be 100 people in the chat or whatever, like I'm going to need to learn to be able to switch back and forth and not get caught in the chat. So you can comment during the match or not as you prefer for your own viewing, or if you feel like you're really dragging me away from the point, like I certainly appreciate the mindfulness about that. But it wasn't like I feel weird when I'm just doing commentary specifically about the match. That's what I do when no one's watching. This was to be a place really to more talk about the football and be engaged with the community. So either way works for me. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. If I might not see you for a couple weeks now because the football will be off. So I hope you have an excellent next 2 weeks or 3 weeks or however long until I see or hear from you again. Wish you all the best, and I hope you have a really great end to your weekend. All the best. See you around. Good to meet you too. Right. Well, yeah, there's about 20 minutes left. I guess I'll recommit to I will recommit to a bit of the commentary here. There's a good atmosphere in Lyon. Beautiful heel and a good improv save by the keeper. Also, if you still happen to be around, I don't know, my YouTube doesn't tell me very well. If you're not here, it's cool, but um, if you are still around too, hopefully by the next time you check in, maybe I'll have something up about SF City FC, because I will definitely be spending some of the international break looking into that, hopefully reaching out to them. We'll see what my workload allows and stuff like that, but I would very much like to look into that. It feels like too good of an opportunity to pass up, and too much of godsend, for lack of a better word, than to let go by. So hopefully, if you're here for St. Pauli's match 2 weekends from now, you'll get to maybe see a SF City FC video out there to check out. All right, let's settle in for the last 20 minutes here in Lyon. Marseille with a man sent off, actually quite some time ago now. Twenty-ninth minute red card for Egan Riley. 7 minutes after a penalty was overturned for Lyon. So Marseille caught a break and then kind of had it taken away right away, but kept it tight, 0-0 now for roughly 50 minutes. Interesting corner. Oh, great job to get the ball away from the two defenders pressing there. Take loose. Oh, a lot of space here in transition for Lyon. Oof, looked like some cross signals there in Marseille defense in transition coming back. Two Lyon players got through, but the ball over both their heads. Still have my Cologne, Freiburg. This is just from the previous game here. That was the last of our main matches. We are over to Lyon Marseille now. Approaching 75 minutes. I'm just going to pop up for 1 second. I'll be right back. Closed in here. Again, has been statistics which suggests it's been largely Lyon. They have the better in pretty much every statistical category. But Marseille been things tight for the last game of 45 match minutes now since sending off. Seen a lot of red cards in France so far this season. Last week we had the Breton derby between Lorient and Rennes. Rennes had 2 players sent off in that game. Ended 4-0 to Lorient. Brest had a player sent off against Lens. Rennes with the double red cards against Lorient. Auxerre had a player sent off against Nice. Angers had a player sent off against Paris FC. And Van Alt had a player sent off in their opener against Marseille. Lots of red cards. Rennes in particular getting in trouble. Free kick for Lyon. Didn't miss by much. Be better if I at least I'm watching me. Oh, been on stream for 7 hours now. I think it was Hakim Ziyech in that box there. Not 100% sure, but be interesting if he's actually don't know where he is these days. I lost track of him after he left Chelsea. He in France now? Had been in Galatasaray in Istanbul, but this plays for Al Dakhil now. Qatari, yeah, Qatari, the Stars League. there. Cornelius, the former Bundesliga player. I think. Maybe I'm thinking of a different Cornelius. Probably thinking of a different Cornelius. Excellent atmosphere from the Lyon fans. Haven't oh, could be in trouble there. Lunging. See, it was important. There was such a good chance for them. Took a risk, but like see here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Did look like he got the ball, and that he didn't even make particularly. Oh, didn't look like he made particularly hard contact on the player. Trainer and the ref having an amicable little chat there. All smiles and laughs. Amazing noise. Pretty full house, if not an entirely full house, too, for this big game against Marseille. Anyone happens to be tuning in, we are done with Cologne Freiburg, that game ending a little while ago. Cologne winning comfortably, comprehensively, and stylishly. Freiburg have a tough start to the season. Great start to the season for Cologne, though. Ball really easy into his hands. Cologne looking really good in front of their home fans. It's going to be a major party in Cologne this evening. Celebrating a win on their home opener. Marseille finding every excuse to edge closer to final whistle. No shade, they're down to 10 men. They've got to do what they got to do to get the result. I don't personally like time wasting, but I do respect that Teams have got to do what they got to do to get the results they need. Also, can't understand a player being so crampy at this point, heavily cramping, because Marseille have been down a man for almost 50 or just over 55 minutes now, so imagine they will take every opportunity they can to slow things down and to take as much time off the clock as they can, edge closer to that hard-earned point. But also, cramping is cramping, especially when you run as much as these Marseille players had to down a man for well over half the game. Can't imagine there's probably a whole lot of offense left in Marseille. Also too, as you've seen there in the last few moments, Mason Greenwood came off at halftime. And Greenwood off at halftime, and also Aubameyang just came off, so Marseille in a 4-4-1 here, or actually a 5-3-1, it would seem. Been lots of late drama across Europe so far this season. Pretty late equalizer for Mainz in the early game today. West Ham scored 3 late goals in their game to run away from Forest. It's 0-0 for most of the game, and then West Ham with 3 goals in about 10 minutes at the end. Union and Dortmund less of a example, but Liverpool and Arsenal also saw a late winner. Not super late, a little bit earlier than this in the game there, but Dominic Szoboszlai hitting an absolute wonder free kick to give Liverpool the 1-0 win at Anfield late there. All kinds of calamity and clattering. And that's what it means to them. That's what it means to the fans. That's what it means to the players. In front of the Cup Virage Nord. I held out for so long, Marseille. Even here, perfect head on. Off the bar, blocked. It is going to be an own goal, it looks like. It probably would have been bundled in by Lacombe anyway. Oh. Studs to the gut for Lacombe will probably hurt a little bit less with that goal. See what it means to them all down there. Having been introduced somewhat to German or to French football by Saint Etienne fans, I can't really say that I'm especially happy for Lyon. I'm also partial to Marseille as far as the big clubs of France go. I don't really truly have a French club that I support or follow, but I tend to lean towards Marseille. I like the working class maritime, hardworking roots there. Obviously, a very big club still. I'm fond of Lens in the north because they have such an incredible support and atmosphere. Not that Lyon obviously don't. And Rennes seems like a obvious choice to me, but I haven't really picked a Breton team yet. I'm very fond of Brittany, Breton, but haven't watched enough French football. Still kind of like in the deciding phase. I don't really, I guess, need to have teams that I support, but I've liked Marseille as long as I've known French football at all, and some friends who are fans of Saint Etienne, so I can't really give too much love to Lyon without dishonoring that. One of the great rivalries in French football, Lyon and Saint Etienne. Saint Etienne, second division currently. Hopefully in second division. Last time I checked on them. Hopefully they haven't fallen further. Faces on the Marseille bench. We'll see a Lyon substitution here, but not the player that was down, injured. What a grand terrace they have behind the goal there. Around Nordkurve. Cup Nord. Cup Garage Nord. Foul throw. Wow, that was a wrestling move there. Body slam. One thing to knock them over, but old school WWE body slam. A little too much dissent there from Murillo. Well, trying to sell that one a little bit. Again, Marseille got to do what they got to do, even if it's a little. Eh. 1 minute to go. Good touch around by Lacombe. Take it to the corner. Leon trying to box out the Marseille players. Throw into Marseille, well done. Oof. Dangerous there, but Rulli will pick it up. Almost got it away, but a little bit more time here for Marseille. One last chance. Good ball forward. Whoa! It was a solid effort from that position. Also well defended, so it was going to be hard to get a ball across. Worth taking the shot. Just got under it. And there's the full-time whistle and the roar in Lyon. Getting there in the end. Tremendous effort from Marseille. That's that's the end of the coverage there for BN, so let's call it a day on that one. But Lyon getting the win in the end, a late own goal actually, but they did a good job to just keep pushing, keep forcing. Hey, a little card for myself. Be right back in literally like 1 second. Okay. Back here, we'll do a quick recap to end the Saturday. Recap the end of yesterday. All the football, my brain is melting, so we'll just do a recap for the Sunday matches today and hand out a few sort of casual awards. Started the day with Wolfsburg against Mainz. Wolfsburg got an early goal there. It was a bit of a lucky bounce. An excellent transition from a corner in their own end, but ultimately the goal came from deflection large enough to take it away from the keeper. Mainz kept fighting, and it was in the 90th minute. Nadim Amiri equalizing from the penalty spot. Well deserved for Mainz. They basically dominated pretty much the whole game. After Wolfsburg's early goal in the 9th minute. That was definitely a good performance from Mainz. Wolfsburg a little bit disappointing after their opening day win away at Heidenheim 3-1 when they were very convincing. The other game we're keeping an eye on in that early time slot that actually started before Wolfsburg was the Nottingham Forest versus West Ham game. West Ham not starting the season particularly well, quite badly actually, and it was a very close affair at the Forest Ground in Nottingham. But in the end, West Ham winning quite convincingly on paper by the end. It was definitely, I think, a lot closer. Seemed a lot closer than the final scoreline, but Nottingham Forest running riot, or sorry, West Ham running riot over Nottingham Forest in the dying embers of that game. Jared Bowen scored a beauty in the 84th minute. Lucas Paqueta made it 2 from the penalty spot, and then Callum Wilson got a third in a 90+1. 3 goals in 7 minutes at the end for West Ham, going from 0-0 for most of the game, a 3-0 final score for West Ham. Probably not really telling the story in that game fully, but well earned in the end. We saw Dortmund against Union in the middle time slot. It was I have to take a moment because I'm a Union fan. It was not a terrible game from Union's perspective. They were definitely up against it in Dortmund at the Westfalenstadion for the opener. The atmosphere there, fantastic. Both sets of fans, full voice, all game. Union and their supporters showing why I love them. Even going down 3-0 immediately after the third goal for Dortmund. It was the Union fans who could be heard making the most noise, singing their hearts out every second of the game. But ultimately, Dortmund picking up what ended up being a relatively easy win for them. 3-0 there. In sort of the marquee European matchup of probably the whole weekend. We kept that in sight as our secondary game. It was Liverpool hosting Arsenal at Anfield in what is widely considered to be essentially an early title litmus test. Very, very close match. The difference, a Dominic Szoboszlai free kick in the 84th minute, I believe it was. 83rd minute. Phenomenal free kick from right down the middle. Just getting all of it, curling it away from Araya, perfectly into the side, or into the side netting, just inside the post. That was all she wrote in Liverpool. All Liverpool needed 1-0 win at Anfield to put their early stake on the title race. Had a nightcap in Germany in the cathedral city, 1. FC Köln, putting on a dominating performance against Freiburg, winning convincingly 4-1. Marius Bülter, the man of the match, with a goal and 2 assists. The former Unioner and Fußballgott forever, Marius Bülter, man of the match for Cologne. They looked ruthless. They looked powerful, and Freiburg looked overwhelmed in that game. Good start for Cologne. They are now they've got to be somewhere near the top of the table. Just take a quick look at the live table. Up to third. Only 3 teams with 2 wins in the Bundesliga so far this season. Bayern München, 6 points, plus 7 goal differential. Eintracht Frankfurt second with 6 points and a plus 5 goal differential, so just 2 behind Bayern so far. And the only other team to have won both their games so far this season, 1. FC Köln, beat MAINZ last week 1-0 with a late winner, and just rolling over Freiburg in Cologne this evening. A comprehensive win, 4-1 over Freiburg. And the nightcap, catching the second half of that one after the Cologne-Freiburg game, Lyon and Marseille, the Olympico from France in Lyon. Marseille with a sending off around 30 minutes, playing most of the game with, or a huge portion of the game, majority of the game, down a man. Definitely Lyon dominating that game as you'd expect. That came down to a well-worked, ultimately bundled in own goal that gave Lyon the late winner there. Late drama about the 87th minute. Leonardo Bellardi own goal forced in by Lacombe. Well worked from the right hand side, headed on. Keeper Rulli made a good save at first, or good challenge that led to the ball hitting the crossbar. Headed it, but Bellardi blocked it, got caught between the two of them. Finally, Lacombe bundled it in off of Bellardi. Goes down as Bellardi own goal, but Lyon get the win that they needed, at the goal that they needed to get the win at home. Also didn't cover it on this channel, but was also the Old Firm derby this morning in Glasgow at Ibrox. Rangers hosting Celtic. That one ended 0-0. Not the most eventful game per se, but it was a great atmosphere at Ibrox as usual, especially for an Old Firm game. And the atmosphere was good enough to carry the game even with no goals. And also late drama across the Zweite Bundesliga. Schalke nabbed a 84th minute winner from the penalty spot. And Kaiserslautern trailing 1-0 as late as the 83rd minute, ended up winning 3-1 with goals in the 84th, 92nd, and 97th minute. Lots of late goals and drama there. And the ultimate late drama in Germany today. Gosh, all sorts going on. It was 3-2 to Fürth over leading Magdeburg when Nollenberger was sent off with a straight red card in the 71st minute. Felix Klaus made it 4-2 in the 77th minute, but then it was time for a Magdeburg storm back. Ryan Krieb in the 83rd minute got it back to 4-3. Noah Pesch in the 93rd minute equalized for Magdeburg down to 10 men. But Marco Jon would ruin the party for Magdeburg at home, getting a 99th minute winner for Greuther Fürth. They win a thriller in the Zweite Bundesliga, 5-4 away at Magdeburg. That was honestly probably was the big match of the day, but I was watching the Old Firm getting ready for my stream, so I cannot really say that definitively. But we'll just do a quick sort of roundup. Best atmospheres today. 3 obvious standouts to me from the games that we watched. Also was not able to fully, tune in all around, but Dortmund, Union, especially at the Westfalenstadion. I mean, more so honestly at the first arrive from my perspective, but especially the opening day for the Westfalenstadion this season, Dortmund's home opener, Union bringing the full traveling contingent. The atmosphere there was electric. Dortmund in the ascendancy, getting the win, so the Dortmund fans happy. The Unioners going to Union, losing 3-0, but it doesn't really matter all that much to them. They kept their voices loud and the songs flowing, the atmosphere up. Keep supported for the entire duration and then some, singing loud even after immediately following Union conceding the third. So major props. Also key to note, Dortmund with an impressive either back-to-back tifos and choreos or a multi-stage tifo choreo, the whole yellow wall with the choreo on it. They put up a tifo, brought down the tifo, changed the choreo, and put up a banner and another tifo. Absolutely unreal from the Dortmund Ultras. Just doing amazing work there. The atmosphere in Cologne also excellent. The Cologne stadium absolutely rocking all night long. The the curva for the housing the Cologne Ultras looked like an absolute madhouse party. Smoke, flares, flags, the whole stand bouncing all night long. And to the credit of the Freiburg fans, making a long trip from South Germany to to Cologne, go up the Rhine, but still a long journey, making the trip from the south of Germany, making themselves proud. Excellent support from the away block, even as the tough game for Cologne. Lots of flares, lots of flags. Their stand bouncing most of the game as well. So great atmosphere in Dortmund for Dortmund Union. Great atmosphere in Cologne for Cologne's win against Freiburg. And honorable mentions to Anfield and the atmosphere in Lyon for the Olympico in France. A great atmosphere. Groupama Stadium. I usually like to give the corporate names, but just to make clear, it was in Lyon. The Lyon Ultras doing a fantastic job with the atmosphere there. And generally speaking, a good day. Good atmosphere at Forest as well. And even though the stadium was 2/3 empty, the Wolfsburg Ultras did a good job keeping the energy up in not the most exciting affair there. So ultimately, all great atmospheres. I'd say probably Dortmund, Union, Cologne, Freiburg, the standouts. Excellent showing from Lyon and Liverpool as well. Goal of the day, gotta go to Dominic Szoboszlai, where his wonder free kick, the winner at Anfield in the 84th minute, 83rd minute, 83rd minute. Dominic Szoboszlai striking absolute wonder of a free kick. The only difference, the dividing line for between Liverpool and Arsenal today. And individual performance, I think today's man of the match day for me, the Marius Bülter, Fußballgott, former Union man, a goal and 2 assists for Cologne in their thrashing of Freiburg. Phenomenal performance for him off the left-hand side for Cologne for the whole 90 minutes. Lots of running, excellent creation, great goal of his own. So Szoboszlai, the goal of the match, or the goal of the day, but Marius Bülter, Fußballgott, player or individual performance of the day for me. In case anyone does stumble across this, I might be doing a few live streams during the international break, maybe following Scotland or Germany, but I will probably spend the next 2 weeks trying to make this channel as best as it can be, reaching out to the football community as much as I can, starting to get more of an online presence, make myself more visible, make it easier to find me and find my schedules, find my stream, build a little bit of community, maybe update my graphics and overlays again just a little bit to make everything a little bit more clear. So I may or may not be streaming in the next week or two. I've got my eyes on the Friday match, Scotland away at Denmark in the qualifiers, or I might just take the time to work on making this channel better, or potentially getting into doing a little bit of flight sim, soccer culture crossover content, as was discussed a little bit on stream today with legend of the chat, OROCA. I don't know if that would be exactly how that would be meant to be pronounced or whatever, but Oro-CA, absolute legend of the chat. Spent about 4 hours with me today on stream. Super grateful. Made everything so much better, so much more fun. Great chats. If you wanted to listen to thoughts, it's self-aggrandizing because I was the one talking. He was in the chat, but if you can access the chat, he and Aura had a great conversation all afternoon through the Bayern or Union game, through the Dortmund game, Union Dortmund game, through the Cologne Freiburg game, and even a little bit afterwards. And yeah, I look forward to football in 2 weekends. This weekend after next, when the international break is over, might have some streams for international games, might not. But I will definitely be back 2 weekends from now for another full schedule of Bundesliga matches live streams all day Saturday, all day Sunday. If I could start any earlier for the 6:30 matches, I would. I live in an apartment, record right next to a wall that I share with a neighbor, so even 8 o'clock on a Saturday and Sunday feels a little bit rude. But can't go any earlier. But aside from that, with you from the 3:30 Central European Time kickoffs, 8:30 here in Winnipeg, 6:30 on the West Coast, 9:30 on the East Coast of the United States and Canada. I'll be back for those kickoffs, taking you through to the end of the day Saturday, end of the day on Sunday. The next match I will be streaming for sure. I'll just get it so that we have a firm anchor point. Friday, September 12th, we will be back with Bayer Leverkusen hosting Eintracht Frankfurt in the Friday nightcap in the Bundesliga. Might even start a little bit early, depending if DAZN is covering any of the Zweite Bundesliga games. We'll have Bielefeld and Magdeburg, Paderborn and Bochum. Actually, Paderborn-Bochum would be a good one, Ruhrpott derby, or Ruhr region of derby. They'll either be back at 11:30, which would be 6:30 Central European Time, or back for the 8:30 kickoff in Germany, 1:30 Central Time. 2 weeks' time, that'll be the next one for sure. And that's all for me today. We'll see you the next time the Bundesliga comes around.